Turn the heat on. It's cold over
Brian's
there.
upstairs. Maybe he can help us out.
What do you want to set it?
What's it set at now?
It was set at 69.
72.
Jump it to 71.
You got a fever coming?
No,
Got the
it's
cold
just
happening?
a
That
vent
cold air
right
is
here.
blowing right on us.
Colleen and I are sitting over freezing.
Now or do I have to wait?
It's not bad here where I'm at.
I mean, Colleen's got a sweater on and a jacket.
Really?
There he is. My God, he is alive.
He's alive. Okay, it's gonna get a little hectic, so.
Got the Jabba bottoms on.
Or shorts, no way knowing. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order, and if you would join me in the pledge, please. Travis, do you want to lead us?
Oh, sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So the first thing on our agenda is the consent agenda. And yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull from the consent agenda, approval of solid waste disposal agreement, City of Cody, Powell, and PTC and Keel Sanitation. For discussion after.
Okay. Is there any objection to that? Okay. The remainder of the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda as modified.
Okay.
Moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as modified. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
You. Okay, motion passes. So then we moved the approval of the solid waste disposal agreement for City of Cody, City of Powell, and Town of Matitsi and Keel Sanitation.
With approval of the county attorney, I'll make that motion.
Okay.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve that agreement, awaiting approval from the county attorney. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay. So with that, the next thing on our agenda is Brian Edwards. Excuse me, bid opening for 2023 wheel loader for the solid waste division of the Park County Public Works Department.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for the wheel loader at the Powell landfill. And we did receive 3 bids. I think I've got at least 2 of the people here today. See Dan, David. Okay. 2 of the 3. First one is Tri-State out of Billings. Their bid is for a Volvo L110H. And their bid for a new 4-wheel drive loader, $398,180. Next thing they said, so the bid for the trade, $22,000. That's for the 2010 Case 821 tool carrier.
What did you say?
Tool carrier, TOOL. Okay, and then they listed optional equipment, trying to make sure we're going here. Or their net bid after trade was 404, 409. That includes the optional equipment is 28,229. I got these out of order, I apologize. But the net bid after the optional equipment is 404, 409. Okay, and then it says the delivery date not applicable until time of order. I think the delivery date's a little bit fluid. When they think they could get it. I'll also read the buyback.
Could you be sure you're using the mic, please, just to be sure that
Oh, I'm sorry.
those online can hear us? Thank you.
Okay, so for the guaranteed buyback, the 2-year, 3,500 hours, 218,999. For the 3-year, 5,250 hours, 159,272. For the 4-year, 7,000 hours, 119,454. And for the 5-year, 8,750 hours, 79,636. That should be everything for Tri-State.
Excuse me, Brian, I didn't catch the delivery date.
I don't know, Matt, you wanna comment on that? What-
Yeah, the delivery date on that, it's kind of tough to figure out how long it's gonna be until after we get able to place an order. And then I can justify it or call you up and let you know.
So you don't know.
Not sure.
Okay.
With everything going on. Tough to predict.
All right.
I hate to predict it and then come out, find out that it's.
Madam Chair, but you can give us, I mean, are we talking 1 year out, 2
1 year.
years out?
Basically 1 year.
Okay.
So good chance we get it this fiscal year or the upcoming fiscal year. Okay. Okay, the next one is haunted equipment. Casper, Bills actually. John Deere 644P is the model. Bid for the new loader, $347, $487.09. They did not list any optional equipment. The bid for the trade, and that would be for the 2010 case, was $33,800. They listed this delivery date, put that on the notes, December 30th, 2022. Okay, and I'll look at the buyback. Got a note here, it says we can deliver by September 15th with an inbound 2022 factory stock unit, which is a slight variation to the specs called out in the bid. So that's just a note.
For the same price?
He says, Tony,
It's a slight change in the price. too.
slight change in the price.
Up or down?
I had to guess it would be a little bit higher because there's things on the machine that would need to be taken off. Whereas the factory unit, ordered factory unit would just come installed.
And the reason you didn't add options is because they're standard on the.
Correct.
Okay.
But I'll also say, Madam Chair, that there's a few things like on the buyback, on the hours, there's an error on my part, but we had some information on the wrong loader in there, which affected the number of hours. So it should only get better because we will reduce the amount of hours that we're going to have on the buyback. But that's something I can work with each of the three to kind of figure out. But it won't be any worse than what we're talking about today. But the buyback for John Deere on the haunted 2-year, 3,500 hours, 145,000. 3-year, 5,250 hours, 120,000. 4-year, 7,000 hours, $100,000 even. And then the 5-year, 8,750 hours is 80,000. That should be it for audit. Oh, yeah, I'd said that. That's the, on the note. Oh, the net total. I didn't give you that, did I? 313,687.09 is the net bid.
Yep.
After trade. Okay. So the last bid is from T&E out of Warland. It's for a Caterpillar 950M. Bid for one new loader, $341,578.00. Optional equipment they list is $77,568. Okay, and then so that net bid for, well, I won't even go there. So the trade bid for the trade for the case, $49,890. And the net bid after trade, and again, this includes the options in there, $369,256. And they put on a delivery date, April 2023 or sooner. Their buyback. With 2 year, 3,500 hours, 177,000. For the 3 year, 5,250 hours is 155,000. For the 4 year, 7,000 hours is 130,000. And the 5 year, 8,750 hours, 120,000. And I will say, Madam Chair, that with where we're at, with this being the fiscal year 2023, we wouldn't recommend a decision till after the budget's approved. So after July 5th.
Well, we actually approve it on the 12th.
Okay, so after that, and then between now and then, I know there's some things that I need to check with all three of these guys and looking at the bids. You get into the waste handling packages and what we're sure we're talking apples and apples with the bids. So we'll be talking to all these guys between now and then. Figure out what we got.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, Commissioners, the next thing on our agenda is the Wyoming Flat 6WX Highway Easement Deed. Would be Ben, please. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, Madam Chair, this is just kind of some housekeeping on the phase one of the Federal Land Access Program. As you know, we have an existing county right of way that is the full length of the South Fork Road. This most current project, in some of the areas that were on the National Forest, Shoshone National Forest specifically, the right of way was widened. And so this basically addresses the addition of about 60 feet, 30 feet on each side of right of way in these specific areas on federal lands, National Forest. And I believe I provided Molly a copy of this, and you have it where they have signed off, but basically this just finalizes and establishes that additional easement.
Okay. So there are no concerns from your office in comparing all of the mapping?
None at all. And we also had the county attorney review the easement as well, and everything is
Okay.
legit.
It's a pleasure, the board.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the highway easement deed as presented. Any further discussion? None, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, our next order of business is welcoming Clarion personally to the room this time instead of through Zoom. Good morning. We'd appreciate it if you'd use the mic as much as you can for those online.
Okay.
Is that going to go up there or up here?
It's usually we do it up there
What?
for presentation. We usually put it on the TV. haven't we?
No,
Oh, I thought the last time we did.
I don't remember.
We did
because she was on Zoom,
Oh,
We did it.
but if we're doing a presentation, yeah, it would go on that one. So
Then it should project against you.
yeah, do you want to
yeah, she's getting it.
grab the door?
Get taller, Colleen.
I know, she put a little stool. in there.
Can you log me in, please?
Oh.
Hold on.
Okay.
That's what I made.
That's something I have to figure out.
Now, the only thing is, anybody online isn't going to be able to see this, correct?
It's gonna take me back to the home school.
There's no USB on that side.
They marked where you need to sign and then it just needs to.
So just the one, remember?
And you screen down the link further or?
I think we'll be all right here. I just need to get the. I think you're right, Joey.
John Deere,
That's like this, that was my first reaction is like,
but they're, they're buyback, but it's within actually these two. Even though this one's up here, because they're, if you figure this, they're within about, to get 14,000, and these guys are within 20. So this, the difference between these two is only about $6,000.
oh,
Yeah, but John Deere's a little bit less. But, so it almost comes down to preference. I think they're
All right.
good with either.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Nice to see everyone again. So we wanted to give you an update on where we are with the overall process. We're going to cover some of what we covered last night, but mainly from the standpoint we have a whole stack of initial feedback that we got last night. So we thought we would kind of share with you some of what we've been hearing as we go through. So shorter presentation, but we did want to make sure anyone who was watching had an opportunity to kind of hear as well. So in terms of the overall process, we are still wrapping up phase 2 and phase 3 as of right now. So we will be shifting into our key policy choices discussion next after this round of outreach. And that's really where we get into some of the tough questions that we're going to need to wrestle with. And we'll talk a little bit about some of those questions that we think are going to be merging through the process as we go. But we are still on track to have the project completed next year. And we know there's been some discussion about timeline and, kind of how quickly can we get through this. We can talk more about that and what some of the thoughts are on that as we get further into the discussion. But I think for those who are watching, just to be aware, we have a whole series of outreach for this round of engagement. We were in Powell last night. We'll be in Matitsi tonight, Cody tomorrow. And then we're also going to do a Zoom meeting next Monday for anyone who wasn't able to make it to town. And then we will also have an online input opportunity through July 15th. That will be up later today on the project website. So lots of different ways for people to weigh in as there will be throughout the process. And then the focus of today's discussion and really our outreach this round, as you know, is on the plan framework. And this is essentially the countywide goals and the vision and values. And so this is the foundation for the plan. This is really kind of what sets the stage for everything that follows. So we have been kind of drawing upon the 1998 land use plan, all of the feedback that we've received basically over the last 5 months, as well as other plans and studies, that apply within the region, whether it's the natural resources management plan that you guys adopted last year, which applies specifically to public lands, but as well working with, the existing plans for Cody, Meeteetse, and, just making sure that we are in sync with others in the region. So a lot of different things that feed into that, but that's really kind of how we got to this point. And what we are looking for this round, and particularly from you guys today, is just to make sure we're on the right track. This is really going to kind of help guide us moving forward. So we would love to hear from you. I know you guys all got copies of what we've been talking with the community about. So we would welcome feedback from you as we go through this. And I think my ask of you is, as we're going through the presentation, feel free to just stop us if there are topics that you want to spend more time on. We can keep this, pretty informational, but also, we want to get your feedback. So please don't wait, feel like you need to wait to the end. And I know you won't, but jump in when you have questions or you want to talk about it, because I think we really want to make sure we're getting as much feedback from you as we are from the community. So I'm going to start. Paul's going to kind of jump in. I think, general sentiment based on, the 50 or so folks we heard from last night is that, I think overall vision, people seem fairly comfortable with. I think one point, a lot of people want to see more words in the vision statement. I think our approach tends to be keep the vision statement simple. Your current vision is several paragraphs long. And I think, we try to keep it short and sweet and then really kind of get into more detail in the values and the goals. So that's kind of our rationale, in terms of how we approach it. We're happy to look at it any way you like. But, I think overall, the sentiment seems to be we're on the right track with the vision in general. And then we spent more time talking about the shared values, and Paul's going to talk about some of the goals and kind of the rationale behind the new goals and what we're hearing so far in each of those, but really kind of 3 buckets of ideas that emerged from the survey responses and what we've been hearing so far, and kind of focusing on kind of the land side of it, the resources and the heritage side of it, and then culture and community, kind of the people side of it, and how that relates. And so different goals for each of those buckets of values. And then I'll let Paul kind of talk a little bit about those in a moment. For those who are just kind of getting oriented to the material, I think just know that there is more detail for each of those in terms of a value statement, discussion of desired outcomes, and then a little bit of a summary of what we've heard. And if folks haven't seen it yet, the vision and value survey results are posted on the project website. That is a meaty document. It's a good read. There's a lot in there. And we've actually gone through, we had asked folks to, let us know where they live in the county, and that's going to be a big part of our input. So we've sorted the open-ended comments for a lot of those questions by area so that we have a sense of, what people in Clark area are thinking versus South Fork and so on and so forth. So we'll be working with the LUPAC over the next couple of months to kind of sort through, what's different about each of the areas and kind of how that fits in. So what we're showing on the materials is really kind of a snapshot of the varied perspectives that we were hearing related to each of these topics. And then we also have a little bit of trends information about each of those kind of, why are we concerned about these areas? What are we trying to protect? Just to get people thinking about, where the plan needs to go. And then what are some of the questions that we're going to need to wrestle with as we think about where we want to go over the next 10 to 20 years. So And then lastly, for each of those, we've got different topics of goals. So, and Paul will get into these, but essentially what we're trying to do is create a, kind of a clear through line in the plan between the values, the goals, and ultimately the implementation strategies. How are we going to get there, and what do we need to do? So that's part of the structural aspect of this, that we're trying to make the plan clear and easy to use for the community as well as for you and for staff. Let's talk about some of those.
Yeah.
Here, I'll trade chairs with you. Try these.
Yep.
I was going to walk us through each of the value statements for those three different categories, and then each of the goals, and we can stop and talk about any of them as you see fit. But here's sort of the first value statement, detailing sort of our rural landscapes as one of the core values that we kind of heard a lot about. And this is really getting at where growth happens, how growth happens. And some of the specific goals within that have to do with growth management. And I'll just highlight, you'll see a little asterisk after some of them. Those are ones that are new from your current plan that was adopted in 1998. But otherwise, the other ones are really carried forward goals, and they may be reformatted or use slightly different language, but really it's the idea that was in that 1998 plan. Based on what we had seen from that first round of feedback, we were thinking, wow, this is still a goal that the community cares about and still seems relevant to today. So there's definitely not a full overhaul of everything in that sense, but yeah. So this I'll just highlight the second one. Really, we heard a lot about. I think also with the focus groups, talking to the different service providers, really needing a clearer connection and better coordination between how we grow and where infrastructure occurs, and where services can be planned, and just doing a better job of coordinating that, making sure that those line up. So that's where that goal came from.
And one of the things that we've been focusing on with Tio and Brian Clarkson helping us with the mapping side of this, that, to Paul's point, one of the challenges we heard was just a lack of information and people not knowing, who's doing what and where. And so having that map portal to kind of talk about, here's where our water providers, serve, here's how that relates to ag land, starting to layer all those things together. And that's kind of where we're going next. But we've got a great foundation for that, that Brian's been helping us pull together, that I think is really going to help with that part of the conversation.
For the private land use goals, there's not a lot of change here from what the current plan calls for. I think it's really trying to balance, allowing people to use their land how they see fit, and also making sure that how people are using their land advances the community values. So that's really where these goals come from. And there's not a big change from the 1998 plan.
And one observation from our conversations last night, thinking about both the growth management and the private land use end of things, I think we definitely, kind of looking through all this stuff last night, there's definitely a lot of interest, and it seems to be a lot of support for clearer direction and stronger growth management. I think where we have less direction is how that happens. And there's a lot of different perspectives on, what should be done.
Responsible development.
But, I think so that's where, this is going to get tricky in terms of really trying to nail down. We all agree we want to get here, but how are we going to get there? So.
And I thought there was quite a bit of conversation that kind of bent between ag land and open space.
Mm-hmm.
And they're two
pretty different things
that we're trying to deal with. Okay.
And then this third little section of our rural landscapes, this gets at that infrastructure and public services part of how growth happens. And there's a few new goals here that are proposed. And that's really having to do with focusing growth where infrastructure is, or where it's easy to provide infrastructure. And also just improving coordination with state and regional partners. We had some good conversations with YDOT and BNSF and the federal land managers during some of our focus group meetings early on.
just so everyone's aware, continuing to work with those folks through our technical working group. So we had a meeting with them in May to kind of look at some of the initial data that we'd gathered. And so they're definitely interested in wanting to be involved in the process moving forward.
So the second shared value really is our resources and heritage, and it gets at sort of economic development, scenery, open space, wildlife, sort of the balancing of our quality of life and economic opportunity, and sort of the things that people, make life here so great. So this is where a lot of these goals are hoping to support this value. And so the first one, economic development, a few being carried forward from the 1998 plan, but a couple of the new goals really get at looking at ways to improve how we retain workforce in the county. Just noting, since 1998, the economy of the county has shifted a bit. And so there is some difference in the types of jobs that are available here. And also looking at how we can, do a better job of fostering some homegrown businesses and industries. And those are kind of the new goals on this.
Madam Chair, when you're listing these, are these listed in priorities, most responses related to ED 1, 2, 3, and
They are not listed
popularity?
in order of priority. And I think that's actually an opportunity to kind of, note. One comment I heard last night was, I think this is just way too many goals. We can't do all this. This is a 10 to 20 year plan. And you are going to need to kind of focus in different areas at different times based on what priorities kind of come up. And so it is a comprehensive plan. It's meant to cover a lot of things. And so, yeah, definitely not listed in order of priority, but we will get to some priorities as part of the implementation strategies to help focus kind of what do you focus on in the near term.
Thank you.
Then the second bucket of goals has to do with environment and natural resources. There's a few things that we had heard about from our initial stakeholder meetings, focus groups, about just finding ways to encourage better protection of crucial wildlife habitat. And we do use the word crucial here just because, it's, as you all know, it's everywhere is wildlife habitat here. It's hard to miss wildlife when you're in Park County. So we do want to make sure that to some extent we're really prioritizing those areas that are most crucial. And then also we heard a fair amount of concern about changes to access to outdoor recreation and making sure that we're maintaining those access points. And so that's where that third goal comes in.
And actually, one quick note there. Sorry, I keep
no
butting in, but I keep remembering more things we heard last night. I think one of the comments that jumped out at me in the forums was, maybe needing a separate category for water specifically, and just really wanting to break that out from this broader discussion, which I thought was a great point. So that might be something.
And I think we heard two things. It's potable water and irrigation water.
Yep.
So we're dealing with two totally different problems.
Yep.
Okay.
And then the last two buckets dealing with agriculture and historic preservation. We definitely, being in Powell last night, we heard a lot about agriculture. And I think that these goals, the first goal is an existing one, and that's really a lot of what we heard about was, protection for prime agricultural lands. And then the other two sort of get at the factors that support the vitality of agriculture in the county long term. And that's sort of having the next generation of farmers and ranchers, and also making sure that it's easy to run your agricultural business here. And so that's where those two newer goals come from. And the historic preservation goal really carries forward, I think, the current policy from the 1998 plan.
And some of the, I think nuances that came up last night and, that we'll need to dig into, it'll be interesting to hear what comes out of our next two meetings. But I think based on where we were last night, there was definitely an interest, you talked about the differences in water, the differences in ag, and wanting to put a finer point on, what types of ag are we protecting in different areas. And Powell, of course, is a big seed production area, and that's really the focus. And so we heard a lot about those issues and what it takes to sustain that. Other areas have different focus. And so, I think as we get through this that's where we can kind of tailor it in different areas as well.
Then getting into this third and final shared value, this is really getting at, I think, some of the intangible things that people really value about Park County, and that's sort of the history, the Western culture, the traditions, the tight-knit community, neighborly feel that you have here. And some of the goals to get at this have to do with housing. We include in this one, it is have an asterisk next to it, but I think that the current policy sort of gets at this as well. But we did want to include this because we know there has been interest from some stakeholders about talking about building code. And so we wanted to put this out there and sort of, get a feel for it and see what people have to say about it. So that's where that second policy comes from. So we'll have to provide you guys updates on what we hear from everybody on that. Because we know that's something that's, on mind for a lot of folks.
Came up quite a few times in the survey responses in different contexts. So yeah, definitely wanted to at least see what the conversation is around that. And I think it's worth noting, we went back and forth whether to kind of address housing here or with the growth related issues. But I think what we really heard from the community is, the housing issue is as much about your sense of place and your community as it is. It's a growth issue, but it's also a can we keep people here issue, and really kind of want to be able to do that. So that was a deliberate decision.
And then with culture, I think the only one in here is it's a little bit of a crossover to one of the other values, which is about rural landscapes. And so this sort of gets at how interconnected each of these values is, and how there's some working together that each of them has to take place to achieve, I think, the full vision. But yeah, these really get at sort of the how the way we grow impacts our culture and our identity in our county. And then I think lastly has to do with sort of government and how citizens interact with their government, how we can partner with other agencies, involve citizens more in decision making, and make sure that the way that we're going about business here is efficient and transparent. And I don't think there's a lot of change from the existing plan on that. Continuing that.
And it's worth noting, I think, interestingly, the 98 plan, having this set of goals, this type of discussion in a comp plan was not something that was common in 98. You guys were kind of on the bleeding edge on that. And so I think this is something we're starting to see more and more over the last 10 years or so. But, these are things we would have suggested, but I think it was nice to see that they were already there. So.
So that, I think we're happy to dive into other questions.
Here, let's go back from the next steps for a minute. Yeah. You want to go back to the question slide? So I guess.
Wait. How far back?
You can go back to the.
Not next.
Sorry. It's okay. So I think before we get into next steps, it would be helpful to just get a sense of overall, do you guys feel like we're on the right track? Do you have questions, concerns, things you think that we've missed? Other thoughts about the plan framework, since this is really going to kind of guide where we go from here, and then we can kind of talk more about process.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I saw you, I didn't get a lot of time to visit last night, but you obviously understood I was there, but I work in the room, and I'm curious as to what you heard. I asked Joy a little bit earlier this morning, but the people that I was visiting with, and I somewhat understand because I've been there since the beginning of back to interviewing you guys as consultants, but is the time of the process and the time that it takes. And I felt a lot of frustration through some of the individuals in the room of how long this takes and how we're dragging this out, if you will. That frustration, was that expressed to you in any way in any of your forms that you've seen so far yet?
We did not see any comments about timeline in the comment forms, and I did not hear that directly. I certainly heard that in the general discussion that we had. I think what I can say is, a typical process like this takes 12 to 18 months.
Yeah, I did. I'm not really, I'm just trying to
Yeah,
express what I'm hearing.
Yep.
Is that I went there strictly to observe, and if it had been one or maybe even two, probably passed along because I'm impatient myself on some things, but it seemed to be pretty consistent through some of the discussion that I was listening in on as well as being approached about. So moving forward with that, it was just brought to my attention today that as we move in from this, and I know you may not be the person, but even to the development of regulations and rewriting the rules, that is also could be a very long drawn out process as well. Is that correct?
so when we scoped the project, kind of towards the beginning of the year, I think one of the things you guys made very clear was we want to be able to move into the reg update really quickly. And so the way that the process is laid out is that we want to make sure we have buy-in on the how as part of the plan process. So a lot of times, a community will spend 12 to 18 months developing a plan, but they won't really have kind of vetted the how. And so you get to the code update and people kind of say, whoa, we didn't agree to this. This is not, there's a whole long process that goes with that. So it can absolutely take that long. But I think what we are trying to do is set the stage through this process is that, if we take growth management as an example or ag as an example, that we have clear consensus or at least a general support for moving in a certain direction and how we're going to, how you as a county want to move forward with that before the plan is adopted, so that when you get to updating your regulations, it's not a surprise to anyone. They're just saying, all right, this is what we told you we wanted, and you can move forward pretty quickly. The drafting of any of these things is not what takes time. It takes some time, but the outreach and the back and forth with the community is what takes more time. So the more support we can build through this process and more clarity we can get through this process, the faster that's going to happen. But if we try to rush through the plan and we don't have clarity on some of the issues that we were talking about last night about how people want to move forward, it's just going to be a continuation of that conversation. So we want to make sure we button that
I
up.
fully understand that,
Yeah.
that the answer is obvious. It's how do we get to the solving the problem? And that's where later. And my question, I guess, is when it gets there, I know this isn't part of your duty right now, but so I'm just trying to educate me. And when we get to the regulations of adopting these rules, why would it take another year when you've already done all the research for us to come up and look at our regulations, say that one fits, that one doesn't, this one needs modified? I don't understand why that would take so much longer.
No, that's a great question. I think there's a couple parts to that there and a couple different ways to approach it potentially. If you are, wanting to do targeted updates to your code to implement X, policy or goal, that is something that could be done on a fast track. You could say, we want to fast track these 3 things because we're going to get the most bang for our buck out of these, but maybe you want to take longer to look at your overall regulations and make bigger changes. And so when we do a code update, that typically is an 18-month, even a 2-year process because you're redoing all of your rules and regulations. You're coming up with, different things, but it is very common for communities to say, we are having big issues with X topic, and we want to focus on that in the first 3 months of this process. So that is one thing you could consider is to say, we want to identify coming out of the plan, some fast track updates to our regulations that could be accomplished in the near term. And then you could take a little bit longer to do some of the things that maybe are less pressing.
It just brought my attention to with the frustration I heard last night and then going back to the public saying, okay, now we did this, but it really doesn't change anything. That's going to take another 2 years. It's going to be like, what are you guys doing?
So again, I think there are ways to be strategic about that. But I think it is important to note for everyone that, I have seen multiple times, I've been doing this for 25 years. When plans backfire or codes backfire is when the community feels like you have, kind of basically gone away and written the plan. You haven't asked for their feedback and nobody knows, you just say, all right, we're done.
I mentioned that to many people. It doesn't matter. We're going to do what we want anyway.
Well, we're trying to have a very transparent process. We're trying to have a fair process.
I was joking, by the way.
So again, it does not take, the bulk of the time for this process is not drafting the plan. It is getting feedback and making sure we understand that feedback. And, coming back to the community and saying, we don't have consensus on these issues. So let's talk about it some more. So I understand the frustration. But I will say that the quickest timeline we've ever done, kind of a soup to nuts county plan update was 12 months from start to adoption. And it about killed every person involved. So it can be done. I would not recommend, trying to rush things for the sake of rushing things. I don't think at the end of the day, that is going to get you where, where you want to go any faster. It's just going to, potentially backfire.
You'd rather do it right. And I think part of the problem is the perfect storm that we're in.
Yep.
If we would have started this a couple of years ago, it might not be quite as fiery on everybody's mind, but what we've been through the last 2 years has certainly brought it to the forefront.
Yep.
And that's not helping us with allowing the process to take place.
Yep.
So
one other thing to note about the process is that, you guys had requested that we build in time for multiple rounds of hearings at the end. So we do have more time than we would typically allow at the back end of the process. And so we will have a draft plan in March. That's when we're, going to be releasing that to the community. So where it goes from there, it's really up to you. It's up to the community. Could go faster from there. I mean, that is certainly, an option. But I think we're trying to, build in some buffers and make sure we do it right. But we do have a little bit of wiggle room, I would say, at the end that potentially if we've got just a real push, guys, we know what we want to do. Let's just go do it.
Right.
You guys could certainly make that call at that point, and we'll be in a good place to kind of, evaluate that at that point.
Okay. What other things came up last night that you weren't expecting, or I think we heard a lot of what we were expecting to hear.
Sure. Yeah, I think it was interesting looking through the evaluation of the specific goals. I think there is a, and this is common, people, the devil's in the details. They want to know, people, some of the goals that people indicated they did not support didn't necessarily align with what they were saying. And so I have to read that as, I don't like the way you're saying it, or, so a lot of it is related to that. I think, the ag goals, I think, if someone's saying they don't support hazard mitigation, that's a life safety thing. So we take some of those with a grain of salt, but I think there were some comments, wanting, not surprising, but I think some people said we want more focus on economic development. So, kind of that balance between growth and no growth and where that lies. But yeah, otherwise, I don't think there was anything surprising necessarily that we heard last night.
One more question.
No, you're fine.
One thing
It's
that
fine.
did come up last night that, and I'm asking from your experience, and when that was a moratorium issue. Have you seen those in other development issues, and do they muddy the water, or do they work? What would your input on that?
We were talking about that on the drive home last night. I've been involved in 2 processes in all that time where we had a moratorium in place. Typically, it's focused on a particular issue. So one example was, and both of them were related to design standards and sort of a regulatory situation. Ultimately, it puts a lot of pressure on you to kind of move forward in potentially what may not be, a timeline that really makes sense. I think if you are focused on a very narrow issue, it can be done, it can be helpful.
Specific.
Yeah, like we want to focus on multifamily design standards or, something very tangible. But it typically is associated with a very narrow timeline. And then if you need more time and if it's taking more time, it creates a lot of animosity, is my experience. And it
Do you think Park County is at that point or not yet?
I don't think it's a good idea unless you are absolutely You know, I think you guys are, it is a lot of growth that you are seeing for Park County. I think the situations where I have seen that in place are very, very high growth, you know, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of applications coming in where the, you know, staff can't function. Everything just kind of, they just say, all right, pause. We need to figure this out. I think you guys are doing a lot of things already to try to manage that and kind of work through that. This is part of it. I think it's a worst case scenario decision that is not to be taken lightly.
Okay. Thoughts?
Well, you're talking about a moratorium, and of course, you're talking about private property people, so that's the fine line that we're looking at. You know, we don't want to be involved with lawsuits for one. Somebody wants to sell their property, you know, is the government can come in and say no. So that's part of the issues that I've been hearing, you know, from some of the current farmers for one. But they also want help with their ag land too. So, you know,
That came up a lot last night, and that I actually asked that question to a couple of the people that talked about the ag land. If your family quits farming and you have no children coming on, and that is your retirement plan, and you put your property up for sale, is it the county's job to absolutely state that that land has to stay in ag? Who's going to do it? You know, who's going to buy it when you can sell it for more money, which is your retirement plan, to somebody that may or may not do ag? They hadn't thought about it in those circumstances yet. But I think we have to take all of that into account with property rights and what we have here. So it's going to be an interesting process.
Well, and there's no one solution to any of these
No.
issues. And I think it's going to end up being a lot of different things. And one approach may work for one farm community and our family, and another, you know, might want to go a different direction. And we need to lay all those options out for folks and see what you guys are willing to take on and or not, and kind of see how that plays out.
Madam Chair, also, when we get closer to March, and we're starting to put through some regulations and such, would you be waiting for us to give you directions on which maybe things that we want to look at first or second or third to get a priority from maybe planning and zoning? Here's the things that we need to address first. Can we get these regulations through quicker, as opposed to all the back end stuff that you guys need to put together with a plan?
So what we will be starting to set the stage for that conversation by October. We will have a clear sense of, you know, here are some options that we could consider to address issues in different areas of the county. And that's where we'll really start to sort of evaluate, you know, do we have support for this here? Is it something we could consider countywide, or is this maybe an area specific concern? And so we will start that conversation in October. We will have a clear sense of where we're going from there. So I think we will be asking you for direction, certainly in October, if there are things you say that's just not going to work for us, you want to take it off the table, or gosh, this seems like one of the most viable options that we really want to focus on. So we will be asking for that direction then, and from the community as well.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So one thing I think we've been hearing, and I think we're all sensitive to, is that we're kind of seeing the ebb and flow of development. We're in kind of peak time right now where there's a lot of growth happening. And the big question is that going to continue, or is it going to fall out? And so I think that question is hanging on everyone's minds, is what's coming? Are we going to keep seeing all this influx, or is it going to stop? And I don't know that we're prepared to answer that question, but I do know that our plan needs to be flexible enough that it helps us during the fast times and during the slow times. And that's why we're doing it now, is we're in a fast time, but we need to be thinking about what I would say more normal times, which may or may not be ahead. We really don't know, but I think to me, that's really important. It's keeping that in mind.
True.
And also another point, you talk about the moratorium, but we could have our own self-imposed moratoriums by that time when we get into, you know, if we're still on the uptick on subdivisions, can we as a county support the infrastructure for that with our roads? Is there water available And that could be a self-imposed moratorium. I'm sorry, we don't have.
Yeah.
We don't have the facilities to do that. You get into fiber optic and all that too. There's that available. So it could be, sort of our self-imposed moratorium.
Yeah, and we're already kind of doing that in a small way with our conditions and some
Sure.
of the developments. We're requiring a water development where there isn't already irrigation within the area. So in a small way, we're kind of doing that to somewhat mitigate and slow down, or at least make people aware of the issues that we're facing. So yeah, if the last night, the moratorium was very broad, and I'm definitely not in favor of that. And that was just cease and desist all subdivisions, just simple minor majors. I don't think that is definitely not the answer, but more specific, my question was with her experience in other areas, if helped or hurt, I don't know. I'm new commissioner similar to you, so.
Other thoughts? Anybody else?
Oh,
Welcome for comments.
I'll give him my mouth.
Joe? Come on, Joe. You've watched a lot of this happen over 12 years. So,
No, the only thing I'd say, it's gonna be a long process. There's no question about that. One of the problems we have in Clark County has become so diverse. And we have so many different stakeholders out there, and everybody's interests are different. And the process is gonna take a long time to try and bring those people together in some kind of consensus. It's not gonna be easy.
sure. Well, and I think that's specific when we get into the planning areas. We heard a little bit of that last night with the difference in Powell versus South Fork per se, or some of that. So I think that'll be interesting when those meetings happen this fall and we really understand the diversity in the areas. And then I guess another follow-up question that Joy and I've had a little bit of conversation about, and that is not only the rules and regulations, but the rezoning is a whole other advertising, public hearing change that could follow with this. So that's another step that we have to keep in mind. It could be part of this as we get going.
And that's one of those things where I think, doing the legal research now to kind of get a sense of what's required. If you think that's where you want to go ultimately, that can be a really the noticing process. And, do you have to notify every single parcel owner? That can be pretty substantial. It can also have cost implications in our experience. And so just knowing that and starting to kind of understand that now so that you're not surprised down the road, when you're about to saying, oh gosh, this is going to cost $50,000 to notice all these people, those types of things are good ways to just kind of get out in front too.
So Madam Chair, I get in mind following correctly. I understand the land use plan process, and then we move into the regs and development standards. We can't do the zoning in conjunction with the regulation and development standards all at the same time.
You can, but it's a different notification to some of the people, correct? Because they have to be individually notified.
I don't know about that. Basically it's a zoning map amendment is a public process where you're doing the same notice requirements. If we have to notify individual landowners, maybe that's at the level where you're actually changing their zoning designation, but I'm not aware of that. We're gonna have to look into that. I'll have to work with the county attorney's office on that one.
From the public standpoint, I would really like to see this all kind of come together at once.
Yeah, well, what I see potential zoning district changes falling out of this land use plan discussion. And the reason I say that is because the first land use plan made it very clear where we wanted conservation type zoning to occur, but we didn't implement that. For instance, GRP, there's whole areas of GRP that were supposed to be conservation zone, like GR 35, and all of the Powell area is zone 1 acre minimums, which did not match what the land use plan dictated. So, honestly, if you look at what people want in those different areas, it may require moving back to larger lot sizes in some areas, particularly because we wanted the infrastructure available to serve more dense development. And so I could see some of those far out areas needing to be sort of zoned back towards larger parcel sizes to accommodate what was originally intended. But we weren't there for those conversations. So how we ended up where we are today, I think is gonna make it difficult for us moving forward, because we've kind of done the damage, in my opinion. Now to reverse that is gonna be painful for some people. So that may be what, you know, we talk about individual landowner notification. I don't know. Another area that's very sensitive and it's going to be problematic is Ralston. You know, for whatever reason, Ralston was zoned kind of as if it's gonna be a commercial center. But Ralston cannot get any additional water from Northwest Rural Water. It has extremely small parcel sizes, and you can't put septic systems next to wells. So why is Ralston zoned almost commercial? It's zoned like an urban environment, but it cannot sustain urban services. And so that's a problem area too. And we need to take a hard look at Ralston because it is just exploding and it's a violation playground right now, you know, in terms of that. So I think I anticipate a zoning map amendment will result from this land use plan exercise at the same time as going through the regulatory amendment process.
Okay.
And just to clarify, you know, I think a lot of times, you know, when a community is updating their regulations, they are not, you know, they're not starting from scratch. Maybe they're proposing some, you know, different changes to their zone districts, et cetera. So they may go through what's called a kind of a conversion process. So here's our zoning map today. And if we kind of transfer over and apply the new zone districts, this is what it would be. And then there's a choice to make whether you proactively go out and rezone those properties, or you wait until property owners come to you and say, yeah, we want to work with the new opportunities provided by this. So there's a lot of different ways to do it, but that's part of the complexity of if to do a wholesale map amendment is a big deal, as Joy said. And so I think that does involve a different level of planning and consideration from your end, I think, in terms of, you know, how you want to strategically go about it.
Okay, just more work.
Not to scare everybody.
Yeah. Okay, how many years are we going? Anything else come to mind?
Just make sure everyone's happy.
Okay. That's on your head.
Okay.
Any other thoughts? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Appreciate it. And we'll see you tonight.
We'll keep moving.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. I was notified by IT this morning that yesterday's meeting was taped but not shipped out. They weren't aware of putting it out. So they asked this morning if we want the tape version put out. I don't have any problem with that. It just didn't get aired at the time. So, okay, I'll have to go ahead.
It's a special meeting on budgets.
Okay. I don't have any problem either way. It's what it is. I didn't realize it wasn't going out yesterday.
I'll shut this off until this afternoon.
That's fine. Okay, we have a hearing at 10:45, so we're on break for a little bit. Well, Ann said sound because he might have thought we've started, but we haven't started yet because that public hearing was in a minute.
Oh, okay.
So,
See, could you hear the difference in her voice when she talked just now? Or not? Not a lot, okay, just curious.
okay, it's 10:45, so we'll open the public hearing. Renewal of Park County liquor licenses. Carrie from Park County Clerk's Office will be reviewing those with us, and I think each of the commissioners has a list in front of them. Carrie?
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chairman.
Good morning.
I am Carrie Smith. I'm the second deputy in the Park County Clerk's Office, and we'll be putting forth today for consideration the liquor license renewals for the 2022-2023 term. We do have 21 full retail licenses that are up for renewal. As of the 2020 census, Park County's rural population reached just under 13,000. This increased the number of available full retail licenses in the county areas to 25 full retail licenses. So we do have 4 that are still available. One full retail license that's up for renewal does need to be on a separate vote, as they were unable to get their Forest Service lease renewed. And so that is the UXU Ranch. They were unable to operate all of last year. And so they did have a full year in order to kind of park their license. And then this year we take a vote to see if they can park that license for an additional year. And that is per statute with the Park County Liquor Division. And so they'll be on a separate vote today. So we'll have 21 full retail licenses, including the UXU. We have 4 malt beverage permits that are up for renewal and 1 satellite manufacturing permit.
Okay.
And all of these have been paid in full. We've already put them to the state liquor division, and they've all been in good standing, and all of their applications are approved by the state.
Okay.
And that's the end of my presentation. I'm glad to take any questions.
I guess I would ask any questions from the board first.
Well, my question would be on the UXU. If I understand correctly, we pass that, we can vote on that as a separate issue pending the Forest Service lease?
Yes.
Approval, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Any public comment regarding the liquor license renewals? Hearing none.
Madam Chair, I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, do these need to be listed individual or read off, or can we go off of, can I use this as a document?
As presented, yeah.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the renewal of all liquor licenses listed as the sheet provided with the exception of UXU at this time.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the liquor licenses as presented with the exception of UXU. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Okay,
Madam Chair, I move to approve the UXU Ranch retail liquor license needing the Forest Service lease with approval from the Forest Service.
Second.
okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve the UXU license pending Forest Service approval. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. I'll, we'll get these back down too. I have time to sign them.
Thank you. Mr.
Good job. Thanks for filling in.
Hey,
Yep, thank you.
whichever you like. If you want to stay for a while, or you did.
Actually, our next thing is a public hearing also, so it will have to wait till 11 o'clock. So, a couple more minutes. think we're close enough, Mr. Delavan. So the next thing on our agenda is a public hearing for the DePiro variance. Mr. Delavan and Jenny from the Planning and Zoning Office.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant is Mr. DePiro. This property is in the GR5 zoning district. The planning area is Cody local. We received a variance request application for the applicant on May 11th of this year, including payment and other materials. And Mr. DePiro is requesting a variance from requirement that conventional subdivisions in GR5 will average 5 acres per housing unit. And as you noticed, Mr. DePiro, I should say, also submitted responses to the 4 conditions that have to be met for a variance. So should this variance be approved, the applicant would like to begin the subdivision review process, and he would like to divide a parcel that is currently 9.49 acres of land. It's in GR5 zoning district. And the plan is now, should this be approved, is to end up with one lot that's 6.4 acres and one lot that's 3 acres. The average lot size would be 4.75 acres, which of course is below that cutoff for 5. Purpose of the variance, Madam Chair, as you know, is to allow flexibility in our regulations. The applicability of a variance is really anything that's in our regs can be adjusted. Of course, state statutes cannot. Down at the bottom of page 1, we have the procedure for a variance. Of course, it has to be submitted in writing. Public hearing is required to what we're doing today. Speaking of public hearing notices, a notice was put in the Cody Enterprise on June 7th of this year and June 14th of this year as required. Also on June 6th of this year, we sent out a certified letter to all neighbors within 660 feet as required. And then we made a staff report, which you had a chance to see, and we also shared it with the applicant prior to today. The ownership it's owned by Mr. DePiro, and the location, it's approximately 1 mile southwest of Cody. It's on the north side of State Highway 291, which is South Fork Road, and it's on the southwest side of Wall Street. And we have the address as 36 Wall Street, and you can see the location in figure 1. As I mentioned, this property is in the GR5 zoning district, and their conventional subdivisions have to average at least 5 acres. Of course, this subdivision moving forward would not meet that requirement. Neighboring land uses, that's shown in figure 2. A lot of the land surrounding the property, actually all of the land surrounding the property is residential. There is some agricultural land essentially to the east and on the other side of the highway. And there are subdivisions in the area too, Madam Chair. In terms of site characteristics, the northern portion of the property, and you can see that really both in figure 1 and figure 2, but the northern portion of the parcel is developed. It contains a residence. There are some accessory structures. It also has a permitted septic system. Pretty much the south portion of the property is irrigated ag land. The topography really varies across the property. You can see that sort of in figure 3, but there is some slope essentially as you move down north to south. In terms of municipal review, this property is within 1 mile of the city of Cody. Therefore, we were required to notify the city. We did that, and we've not received any response back from the city of Cody. We did notify agencies. Weed and Pest responded. They have no comments regarding this variance. And Mary has done a weed inspection, and should we move forward with the subdivision process, she will require a weed plan. Cody Canal District responded to this variance request, had no comments. Treasurer responded, current property taxes are delinquent, and I believe that's still true. I think we just checked on that a few days ago. Public Works responded. They have no concerns or objections regarding this variance request. Madam Chair, we did get one public comment, and that I shared that with you. The author stated that the applicant should be required to abide by our regulations, and the author also appeared to be opposed to the property subdividing should that occur, should this variance be approved. On page 6, Madam Chair, we have the beginning of those 6 variance approval standards that must be met. First one is there are special circumstances or conditions which are peculiar, in this case, to the land for which the variance is sought and does not apply generally to land in the area. Mr. DePiero's response was he understood when purchasing the property that the parcel size was 10 or just over 10 acres. However, as we all know, the most recent survey determined the property is only 9.46 acres. Our response, there really are no special circumstances or conditions which are peculiar to the land for which the variance is sought. Our subdivision regulations apply generally to all property. And we just wanted to note that the property is close to a number of platted subdivisions. Many of those lots are smaller than 5 acres. However, those subdivisions occurred in the 70s prior to the designation of our current regulations. So we assumed that the county, because of that, possibly felt it was necessary to reduce the number of smaller lots in this area. Hence, the GR5 zoning district was applied. Condition number two for variances, circumstances or conditions are such that the strict application of our regs would deprive the applicant of the reasonable use of the land in this case. The applicant's response, he understands that failure to receive a variance will result in his inability to subdivide his property. He said that will lead to some financial loss, a loss of opportunities and options regarding subdividing. Our response, the strict application of the regs would not deprive the applicant of the use of the land. In GR5 zoning district, there are many uses and structures which are available to be permitted by right. There's also for many uses that would be allowed with a special use permit, should those be approved. Number 3, granting of the variance is reasonable for the use thereof. Again, the applicant's response, he said when he purchased the property, he understood it to be 10 acres or just over. As a result, he thought subdividing was possible. Again, our response to that is granting of the variance is not necessary. We feel again that the land can be used. There are uses that are allowed by that are consistent with our county regulations. And condition number 4, Madam Chair, is granting of the variance is in harmony and with the purposes and intent of the regulations and will not compromise the land use plan. The applicant's response, he believes the variance would be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the land use plan. Our response is granting of the variance is not in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the regulations. Again, because in GR5, lot sizes need to average at least 5 acres. And also the land use plan places the property in the Cody local planning area in an H2 unit, which is high intensity rural land. And this map unit is conditionally suitable for 1/2 acre to 2 acre lot subdivisions and generally or conditionally suitable for 2 to 20 lot subdivisions. So that's our response in regard to our regs and the land use plan. Madam Chair, as you saw, we have some findings. Our recommendation is denial of the variance. We don't believe, of course, all of those 4 conditions are met, have to be met. We don't believe any of them are met. However, we did have some conditions that we'd recommend should you approve the variance. And we're happy to answer questions that you might have.
Questions from the board at this time?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
does the applicant shown an earlier survey when he purchased that indicates it was 10 acres or 10.1 acres?
So is that for us?
Go ahead.
So Madam Chair, Commissioner Livingston, the applicant several months ago was in our office for a pre-app for a simple subdivision.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember the exact details as to whether or not a survey was presented, but our understanding was, and the applicant's understanding was that he owned 10 or just over 10 acres.
Okay, I guess I understand he's thinking that, but was there an earlier survey provided that showed 10.1 acres?
Not, Madam Chair, not to my knowledge. The first formal survey we received in that subdivision review process showed the property at 4.49 acres.
Yeah, and I can't remember if.
Use the mic, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't remember if in the deed, it was just the legal description meets and bounds, or if there was actually a survey, but the applicant may know that too.
Okay.
And this particular parcel was not in an initial subdivision, correct? It's a meets and bounds.
Correct.
Okay, this is a public hearing. So at this time, I would take any public comment. We'll need to use the mic, and if you would please state your name for the record.
Louise Brulette. Can you hear me okay? We live at 277 South Fork Road, just west of John DePiero's property. And I guess I'm against the subdivision. I feel the rules are in place for a reason. That's to prevent congestion, preserve viewscapes, and somewhat preserve habitat, I guess. And I also feel it would adversely affect our property values. It's basically plunking a house right in front of us. So,
John Brulette, again, same residence, 277 South Fork Road. And for the same reason, I oppose the variance. Right now, we have a great view. And if the variance is allowed to go on, then basically we'll be looking at someone's back door. And
if I also may say, with all the people moving into this area, I think we pretty much have to guard against further saturating green spaces, especially with our water issue. But
Any other public comments? Any other public comments? Hearing none.
Madam Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? None, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Pleasure of the board, Mr. Keel.
Madam Chair, I probably should have brought this up during the public hearing, but the applicant is not here. Is that correct? You are here? And I guess back to Commissioner Livingston's main question and my main concern, do you have documentation of purchasing this property, showing any documentation of 10+ acres?
With me today, no, sir. But what I purchased that through the title company and the survey at that time. So that is available. That's the only plea I have, sir.
Okay.
Is that I purchased it.
Thank you. Madam Chair, my concern with this is we do have rules in place. If we had documentation, here saying what he's got, the current owner has an issue with somebody else besides the county. We have lot size regulations for a reason, and I'd like to stick with those. In my opinion, if he could prove that he purchased this under the intent that with the conception on paper that he was buying more than 10, and surveys are not always accurate, but hearsay doesn't cut it with me, and I don't recommend approval.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Yeah, the only quick comment I'd have, reading the documents that we were provided by staff, it's very apparent that at one point in time, that area really started to grow.
Mhm.
And then through the land use process and the planning process, the residents in the area decided, no, we don't want these small lots here. We want our open spaces and those types of things. Since I've been a commissioner, there's only been one time that I can remember that we ever granted a variance of this sort, and it was under there were a lot of extenuating circumstances involved with that. It wasn't just a survey. There was a lot of things involved. And so I don't think this qualifies for variance. So that being said, I'll make the motion to deny the variance.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to deny the variance as requested. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. So the variance is denied.
Hey, Molly, can you turn Lee's sound up? I can barely hear it. Is there any way?
Well, I'll just use my big boy voice then, Joe.
Yeah, it's all the way up.
Okay,
Was that better?
I'll turn my hearing aid up.
Absolutely.
Mr. Steele make the, I can prove as Mr. made the comment. I can prove documentation. There was, in my initial 10.01, that, would that change the story of things? Because that is the only reason why I proceeded with the.
I would refer you, Madam Chair, to planning and zoning and find out what that process is. This was an official act. If you wanted to appeal it, check with the planning and zoning office. I'm not saying you're absolute dead in the water. And yes, I guess if you could show documentation that you purchased this property of a 10.101, I may have a different opinion.
Sure, and that's the only case that I have is that that's what I purchased, you know. So I was just going to ask that. So then I just need to bring that documentation, I'm assuming, from my original title company.
If you can provide that documentation to planning and zoning, then they can review the process to which it could be reviewed again.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Does that need a resolution number?
Yes.
2022 56.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Colleen.
Okay, with that, we will move on.
55.
Oops. Okay. With that, we will move on into our next public hearing, which again is with Kim Delvin and Jenny from Planning and Zoning. It's a public hearing for Bighorn Estates minor subdivision number 47 sketch plan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant is Mr. Polson, and this property is in the GRP zoning district of Planning Areas PAL. We did receive the minor subdivision application on February 10th of 2021, including payment and description of the proposed use, a sketch plan, a copy of the notice of intent to subdivide, other documentation. We received a revised sketch plan on June 7th of last year, and you can see that in figure 1. And the applicant requests approval of a 3-lot minor subdivision. One lot is just over 2 acres, one lot is 7.28 acres, and one lot is 28.09 acres, all for residential use. We've classified this as a minor. It will be, if it's approved, it will be 3 lots. This property, as you can see in figure 2, it's located just south of, almost 2 miles southeast of Powell, about half mile east of Highway 295, and just south of County Lane 11.5. Site characteristics, this property is primarily flat irrigated land, and you can see what that topography looks like in figure 3. And there is a residence located on the north portion of proposed lot 1, and proposed lot 3 also contains a residence. I know our staff report says 2, but lot 3 contains a residence. And then proposed lot 2, which is the smaller lot, I believe is in the middle, and that's empty, correct? Yeah. So Madam Chair, this originally started out as a 4-lot subdivision. So you might have sensed in our staff report that there's been some changes. But originally it started out as a 4-lot subdivision about 1.5 years ago, but now it is a 3-lot subdivision. Proposed lots 1, 2, and 3. Neighboring land use, as you can see in figure 4, A lot of this land is surrounded by agriculture uses. There are some residential uses in the vicinity, including some subdivisions. There is a commercial trailer park just to the west of this. And I should mention that you might remember several years ago, you approved the Southwick Simple subdivision. That one lot is just south of this. As I mentioned, this is in the GRP zoning district. The lot sizes as proposed are consistent with that district. Notice of intent to subdivide was published in January on 2 days back in 2021. Originally, again, it was proposed to be 4 lots. And then so we asked the applicant to do a revised notice of intent, which specified the 3 lots. That happened in February, March of last year. We published a notice of public hearing for today's meeting. That occurred in the Powell Tribune on June 7th and June 14th of this year. On June 6th, we mailed the certified notice to neighboring property owners. Of course, the staff report was shared with all of you and with the applicant prior to today. Agency referrals. We have, starting on page 6, we start with those agency comments. I'll start with Northwest Rural Water. We've had several comments from them. They did a modeling report. They originally sent us a letter that said they have the capacity to serve what was going to be a 4-lot subdivision. Then it became a 3-lot subdivision. And in an email on June 7th of this year, they stated that they installed a transmission line and 4 services to this potential subdivision in last fall. I'm assuming thinking it was still going to be 4 lots. So there are 4 taps there. And as you see, Madam Chair, we have a note towards the bottom of page 6 stating basically that no one should subdivide land or commence the physical layout or construction of a subdivision without first obtaining a subdivision permit. So technically the applicant in having these things installed is a violation of our regs. Just so you know that. I wanted to point that out. Fire Protection District, they responded January of last year. They have the ability to provide fire protection. Garland Light and Power said they have the capacity to provide electrical service to all the lots. In June of this year, we asked them to clarify whether or not power is adjacent to each proposed lot. Madam Chair, our understanding is that electricity is currently adjacent to lot 1, a proposed lot 1 and proposed lot 3, but not adjacent to proposed lot 2. However, electricity is on the north side of that land. Park County School District responded. They said they'd be able to provide bus service. TCT responded. They have service in the area. U.S. Postal Service responded, stated they will be able to deliver mail service to new addresses, and mailboxes will be determined should the subdivision be approved. MDU responded. They have gas service available for the proposed lots. There is a main on County Lane 11H in the right-of-way. Again, we asked them to confirm whether or not gas is available to each proposed lot. And to my knowledge, I'm not sure if we know which side of the highway that main is on. However, we do understand that proposed lot 1 and proposed lot 3 currently do have gas service, but we're not sure about lot 2. We don't believe gas is stubbed to lot 2. Soil Conservation District, they responded with a report last year, February of 2021. Treasurer responded, taxes are paid. Public Works responded originally back in February of last year. Initial review said there is sufficient access from lane 11.5 to the lots. At the time, this was last year, in March of last year, there was a road name associated with the subdivision at the time that was going to be 4 lots. There was going to be a road. That road plan has gone away. There's no plans for a road now. And Madam Chair, and our understanding is proposed lot 1 and proposed lot 3 has a access permit from the county. 2 likely does not, and that will be required should this subdivision be approved and development occur there. Game and Fish responded, they have no wildlife concerns. They're concerned about the number of proposed subdivisions. Shoshone Irrigation District, they responded last year with an email sketch plan. There were some items to be added. They responded in May of this year saying that an approved water distribution plan, they've approved a water distribution plan that was submitted to them. So there is a plan that Shoshone has approved. Public comments, Madam Chair. In April of last year, Ginny Southwick, a neighbor to the south, she shared a concern primarily about irrigation water. And Ms. Southwick attended the Planning and Zoning Commissioner's public hearing for the sketch plan and had some comments. Pre-app meeting that occurred in September of 2019. Application we received for the sketch plan, the fee has been paid. Sketch plan was shared with you. You had a chance to see that. Again, there is some uncertainty regarding utilities, but we suspect that electricity and gas are not adjacent to each lot. Garbage disposal services available. We do have a title report that had a date of May of last year. There are no hazards that we know of on the property. In terms of wastewater requirement, percolation tests were done on proposed lot 2 and lot 3. And those perk rates range from 7 to 14. So that indicates conventional systems will be sufficient. Excavation cut was made on proposed lot 3 to a depth of 8.5 feet. No groundwater was found. However, we are still waiting and we need an excavation cut on proposed lot 2. So that is an outstanding requirement. Domestic water, as I mentioned, the water will be provided by Northwest Rural Water, and there's 4 taps going to these proposed lots. Ag impacts, of course, this will be a reduction in land available for ag use. Applicant will comply with, or will be expected to comply with weed and pest. However, we don't anticipate this development to introduce significant pests or litter or domestic pet problems to livestock. And the applicant is expected to comply with irrigation facility requirement or the irrigation district rules and requirements. I mentioned it is within the Shoshone Irrigation District, and they have approved a plan. Subdivision improvements agreement. We believe that will be required because, again, primarily for the utilities not being adjacent to lot 2. However, there might be some shared irrigation infrastructure that might be shared as well. That might be part of that subdivision improvements agreement. Planning and zoning looked at this sketch plan on May 19th of last year. I'll just quickly indicate the things that they had condition about. One was title report that has been provided to us, a revised sketch plan that has been provided to us, water distribution plan to Shoshone Irrigation District, that condition has been met. So number 5 was a water user agreement between Northwest Rural Water and the applicant. However, we don't feel that condition now is appropriate because it's our understanding is that water taps have been supplied. Noxious weed plan, that condition has not yet been met yet. Of course, that doesn't need to be approved until final plat. In terms of approval standards, Madam Chair, I'm on the top of page 17. There are no roads that are proposed for this subdivision. We do have some corrections that we will make before the staff report for the final plat because, and I apologize, we have in here access from County Lane 11. That should be 11H. And we have, I think, lot 3 is currently vacant irrigated land. That should be lot 2. And we have a residence on lot 2 that should be lot 3. So we'll make those corrections. We apologize. Those will be made. Madam Chair, we have some findings. We have some recommended conditions, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, I've got a quick question. Where do they stand right now with the Shoshone Irrigation District?
So
That seems to be where the problems are.
So my understanding with the Shoshone Irrigation District is there's been an approved water distribution plan and we've received it. Is that your understanding,
Yeah.
Jenny?
Yes, and
I was
Madam
looking for
Chair.
that in the packet, but I couldn't find it. The only thing I found was this email dated February 25th of 2021. And they had a lot of problems with it.
yes, and it has been provided to us.
Oh, it has, okay.
Yes,
So it's
yep, the
approved
signed
and that's
approved,
okay.
yeah. And we had also forwarded on comments, public comments regarding the irrigation to the irrigation district early on.
Okay, so just long as it's all taken care of.
Yeah, and I have a copy. I printed out the packet, so hopefully it's that water distribution plan or copy of it is in your packet.
Oh, if it was, I couldn't find it, but it probably is.
A lot of pages.
There's a bunch of pages.
We try to be thorough.
No, it only
Madam
took me
Chair. We try to
almost
be
an hour to
thorough.
find Ms. Southwick's comments. They were all stuffed in there someplace. I finally found them.
Okay. I guess I have a little bit of concern about NRWD and their ability to put those taps in when there were not legal descriptions that matched what the contracts would have had to say with the lot numbers. So I don't know how that happened. But that's not our problem in the future, but it's sure something I'll visit with them about. Any public comment on this particular subdivision, Bighorn Estates, minor subdivision number 47? Any public comments?
I'm sure I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
So moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Further discussion and all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion
Madam
passes.
Chair, I'll move we approve the sketch plan.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve the sketch plan as presented. Any further discussion?
With additions and with conditions and corrections.
Good.
That's part of the motion and approval. Okay. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No? Okay, thank you.
And Madam Chair, I believe all the conditions are correct in terms of lots and things like that. I think the corrections we need to make will be in the staff report.
Staff report.
Yes,
And when we get the final plat. Okay.
yes, exactly. Yep, exactly.
Okay. Thank you. Have a couple minutes till the next one.
It's a total. The packet missed this total map.
Oh, okay.
This is for the next proposal. This is for Rock Creek Ranch.
Okay.
I apologize. For some reason, my Word documents are not always transferring well to PDF, so I will watch that. in future.
Okay.
But that's just the topo map that didn't show up in your copy.
I think we can go ahead and get started. The next thing on our agenda is a public hearing for Rock Creek Ranch Special Use Permit number 237. So Kim and Jenny from the Planning and Zoning Office.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant is Rock Creek Ranch and the owner is Judith Jeffress. And this property is in the Upper Clarks Fork planning area. The zoning district is GR 35. We received an application for this potential use on March 18th of this year, including drawings and legal description, vicinity map, and amount of building square footage and outdoor square footage. And then the applicant also submitted additional material describing the type of uses that she's interested in and whether or not there'll be impacts on adjacent properties. The applicant requests approval of this special use permit with site plan review. This will be a proposed use that will essentially have equine trainings, clinics, shows, and competitions in this district. The activities will occur primarily in an existing just over 22,000 square foot indoor riding arena and an existing 14,400 square foot outdoor riding arena. And the applicant said she'll plan to have activities on a fairly infrequent basis and only during daylight hours. In terms of history, in September of 2018, a special use permit was approved by the Board of the Park County Commissioners for special use permit for a large impact structure. And that was for the indoor riding arena. So we've classified this use as major recreation facilities, any commercial recreation business or outdoor recreation facility with over 5,000 square feet of area. And then there's some examples listed. Of course, one is an outdoor riding arena. So this will be obviously in an outdoor riding arena, but also an indoor riding arena. This location is on a parcel of land, has an address of 142 Road 8RA. It's approximately 1 mile northwest of County Road 8BC, and it's approximately 4 miles west of that General Clark area. And you can see the location of some of these other roads in Figure 1. And in terms of the surrounding area, property managed by the U.S. Forest Service is to the north, south, and west. BLM is to the northeast, and then there's some deeded property to the southeast. And you can see that both in Figure 1 and in Figure 2. And I mentioned that this property is in a GR 35 zoning district. Major recreation facility uses are permitted in this district provided an SUP is approved. In terms of neighboring land use, again, it's really surrounded by a lot of publicly managed lands. And I just handed you a copy of Figure 3 that shows a topo map. The star indicates where the use will be located. And Madam Chair, I will mention that Rock Creek, I believe it's Rock Creek, but there is a creek that flows basically through this property. And it separates, no surprise to the owner, she navigates the creek, there's a bridge, but it does separate the two riding arena locations. The applicant shared with us a project plan that is in Figure 4. And you can see the indoor riding arena is located to the bottom left of that map. Parking is located north of that. To the right of the indoor riding arena, the applicant has an employee housing. Access is just to the right of that. The outdoor riding arena is a little bit northeast of the indoor riding arena. And then there's another parking area northeast of that outdoor riding arena. And then the applicant lives on the property. She lives in that ranch house that's to the north. I will mention that access again to this property is from County Road 8RA, and Public Works classifies this as a local access road. In terms of legal notices, those were met. A legal notice was put in the Powell Tribune on June 7th and June 14th of this year. June 16th, that notice to neighboring landowners was mailed. We shared the staff report with all of you prior to today and with the applicant. We did notify several agencies. We got some comments. The Park County Treasurer indicated that property taxes are paid in full. Beartooth Electric supplies electricity. They said, they confirmed they serve this property. Public Works stated that they said it appears that the facility has adequate access and parking. And Public Works also referenced comments that they submitted when the large impact structure was approved. And we shared those comments with you this time. Clark Fire District said they have no concerns with this application. Weed and Pest. Mary said that an initial inspection found the presence of noxious weeds. However, she is not going to require a plan. She recommends the applicant follow best management practices. Game and Fish was contacted. They responded. They said this area is crucial winter range for elk and mule deer. However, given the fact that Ms. Jeffress already ranches and lives on the property, they didn't have any issues with the proposed use. And we did not receive any public comments, Madam Chair. Planning and Zoning reviewed this SUP application on May 18th. They recommended approval. You saw in our staff report on page 7, their recommended conditions. In terms of whether or not this use is compatible with the neighborhood, the applicant said, she said she doesn't have any close neighbors, and there are only 3 other residents that live on the adjacent road. She also said she doesn't anticipate there being any noise, air, outdoor lighting, or visual impacts. She says she's addressed adequate parking, and as you saw in our staff report, we think the parking has been addressed as well. Domestic water will be supplied by an existing well. I'll talk about those results in just a minute. There's a septic system that is sized for 150 gallons that's in a bathroom, or that serves a bathroom in the indoor riding arena. And the applicant would like to use chemical toilets should she have large events. The applicant does have a resident full-time employee. And again, the applicant would like to host equine trainings, clinic shows, and competitions. And also open this up at times for neighbors to come and just ride on her arenas. The applicant said she would be the lead for many of the trainings and for many of the equine trainings. She plans to have the clinics led by a riding instructor, and participants will be by invitation only. She anticipates that for clinics and trainings, number of people, maximum number 10 to 12. Otherwise, people attending shows and competitions, participants and spectators, 20 to 30 per day, likely maximum maybe up to 40. And she thinks neighboring families would probably not exceed maybe 10 individuals per day. There are no building setbacks, there are no buildings or structures within 20 feet of a county road right-of-way. No covenants are proposed or existing. No outdoor lighting is proposed. This property has no nonconformities. We've not had any nuisances reported at this site. We don't feel like a soils report was necessary because the building is already constructed, and also the outdoor riding arena is constructed. I mentioned access. So the applicant is planning to provide water for her guests from a well on the property. She did have a water sample tested by a laboratory. It was safe. There was no coliform that was detected. Nitrogen was detected at 0.25 parts per million. That's below that maximum of 10. Fluoride, chloride, arsenic, lead, manganese, and zinc were not detected. TDS was detected at 30, which is way below the maximum level of 500. So water quality appears to be sufficient. This parcel is not within an irrigation district, and likewise, the use is not expected to impact any irrigation district. You had a chance to read our paragraph parking. We feel like the area the applicant has identified for parking is sufficient for the number of guests she's proposing. And there is a septic in the indoor riding arena that was sized for 150 gallons. And we calculated that 150 gallons assuming a person being there for the day could use up to possibly 15 gallons. We feel that that is sized adequately for 10 guests. We feel should she have more than 10 guests, perhaps she should consider chemical toilets. Electricity, of course, we talked about that, Beartooth Electric. Heat is provided to the indoor riding arena by propane. No signs are proposed. The size of this proposal suggested that we should do a site plan review, so we did that. Of course, I've already talked a lot about the things that will be in that. I will comment on a couple things we've not commented yet. This use is not expected to impact any lakes, reservoirs, or streams. It's not expected to impact any federal wetlands. A runoff and erosion control plan is not required because really there's no new structures being proposed, no new impervious surfaces being proposed. Air quality is not expected to be impacted. This use is in the Upper Clarks Fork planning area. So as a result, special site plan review is required. So we did look at that. One is stream corridors. The standard does apply. And our recommendation is that the applicant minimize impacts to riparian areas. But currently she does work around this stream. And this proposal, we don't feel will do any more to impact that stream. In terms of steep slopes, no new development is proposed on or near steep slopes. In terms of wildlife habitat, that standard does apply. Game and Fish did submit a response. They said this is in crucial elk and mule deer habitat. However, they said because the applicant currently lives there and works there, they don't anticipate any issues. That's our conclusion. We don't think this use will propose or negatively impact, I guess, wildlife habitat to a significant degree. And designated scenic byways, this use does not apply. It's not within a mile of a scenic byway. We have some findings of facts. Our recommendation is approval. Should you choose to approve, we have some conditions that we'd recommend you consider. And we're happy to answer questions you might have.
Thank you, Kim. Are there any questions from the board at this time? Okay, this is a public hearing. So is there anyone that would like to speak to this use? If so, we ask that you would use the mic and state your name. Any comments from the public?
Madam Chair, if I could, I've got a question of the applicant. Going back September of 2018, when he first came to us for the permit for the large structure, and at that point in time, it was going to be for strictly a private facility. Can you kind of lead me through how you made the decision to go from a private to a commercial? Because at the time we had that discussion and you said you had no intention of going commercial.
Well, there's several reasons for it. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. There are several reasons. One, in the last 5 years, the Clark community has mushroomed. There are so many more families there with kids that need to do stuff. With COVID, you couldn't go anywhere and do anything, but they could have come and done fun stuff at my house. Plus, right now with the price of gas, families can't afford to go to Columbus, Montana to go have a fun weekend. And so it just seemed to make sense with the community growing and harder to go anywhere. We've got the facility, we've got the time, and it just seemed an appropriate thing to do to share it with everybody else.
Okay, thank you.
One more time, any other comments from the public? Okay.
Madam Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded to close the public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Taking a nap again.
Lee fell asleep.
He's muted. Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I've known the applicant for many years. They came to me, or I came to, anyway, it became apparent that they wanted to expand the use of this. I advised them at the time to go through the proper channels of where we are today. They don't plan to be a large commercial operation, to my knowledge. But if you bring in an instructor in any way, it violates their original SUP. So I advise them to go through the process, maybe even request a little larger things as far as competitions and things like that, which they, at least if this proposal goes, they can do. But so they don't have to come back later and say, hey, we're going to do more than just clinics. At any rate, they've went through the process trying to follow our regulations, and therefore I very much support this process and the applicants going through the process to get this done. I know it's timely, but they are a great asset to the community as well. With that, I move to approve Rock Creek Ranch SUP 237.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the Rock Creek SUP 237 as presented. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
2022-57.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Got
you.
one.
Yep, and I think.
With that, we will be rolling into the next one, a public hearing on Gillette South, minor subdivision number 65, sketch plan. Kim Delavan and Johnny.
Yeah, I apologize, Madam Chair. Again, I've had some issues.
Pages.
Yeah, going from Word to PDF, but I will make sure, I'll do my best to make sure that doesn't happen in the future.
Appreciate that.
So
Watch
this
those
is
cords.
the Gillette South Minor Subdivision Sketch Plan Review. And the applicant is Mr. Gillette. This property is in the GRP zoning district. The planning area is PAL. We received the application for the minor subdivision on March 23rd of this year, including payment, description of use, sketch plan, and a copy of the notice of intent to subdivide. And then we did get a revised sketch plan on May 5th of this year. And Jenny just passed that out to you. So a copy of that newest, most current revised sketch plan. 3 lots, 1, 2, 3, north and south. And 2 of those lots will be 9 acres and 1 lot will be 10 acres, all for residential use. And that, Madam Chair, that second page that Jenny passed out came with the sketch plan, but it's actually the irrigation plan. Yeah.
Thank you.
And so again, they request approval of the sketch plan for this minor subdivision. In terms of a topo map, you can see in figure 4. I don't want to skip anything. That the property is essentially flat. Currently, it's mostly farmland, irrigated ag land. In terms of neighboring land use in figure 5, it shows neighboring land uses are really a combination of agriculture and residential. There's some residential uses to the northwest. To the northeast. There's also some residential uses to the west. I mentioned this is in the GRP zoning district, and the lot sizes proposed are consistent with that use. This property is not within a mile of a municipality, so that review was not necessary. Notice of intent to subdivide was published in the Pal Tribune on March 24th and March 30th. On June 7th and June 14th, the notice was in the Pal Tribune advertising this public hearing. On June 6th, we sent letters to neighbors, also advertising this public hearing. Staff report was sent to the applicant and to all of you prior to today. Subdivision, so we have a list of agencies we have to notify. We always notify more than those. Anybody who we feel have a relative interest or relevant interest, we notify. Park County Fire District 1 responded. They said they can provide fire protection. USPS was notified. They said they would be able to provide mail. Park County School District 1, they responded. They will have bus stops along exit points on Highway 11H. Garland Light and Power responded in a letter. They said they have the ability to provide residential service to the subdivision. They provide detailed information on how they'll provide that service to each lot, talked about needing an easement. And I will mention now, our understanding is that electricity is adjacent to each one of these lots because electricity, I believe, currently is in an easement going down the east side of all three of these lots. So Garland Light and Power is adjacent. Weed and Pest responded. Mary conducted initial inspection, found the presence of noxious weeds. She will require a long-term noxious weed plan. I'm on the bottom of page 7 in our staff report. We've had several conversations with MDU. Originally, MDU stated they have the capacity to serve the lots. They said they would utilize an existing 30-foot utility easement that's on the east side of these proposed lots. So it's on the east side of this parcel. And they said that service would initiate once structures are built. They also sent an email to us dated May 11th of this year. We requested confirmation that a gas main will need to be installed on the east side of lots 1, 2, and 3 to provide this. And then we did get an email on May 13th from MDU saying that the current, and I believe they provided a map, the existing 3/4 gas main will need to be upsized to a 2-inch gas main. And that, of course, will have to be provided by the developer. So, Madam Chair, our understanding is currently there is gas along the east side of those lots. However, it's not sufficient. It needs to be made into a 2-inch line. So again, and I if I remember correctly, a subdivision improvements agreement will be required. Powell Clarks Fork Conservation District, they responded with a summary letter indicating the soils that are in the area. I think there were 2 soils and their conditions. Treasurer responded, stated property taxes are current. Shoshone Irrigation shared an email with us. They have received a preliminary water distribution plan and they're working on a final plan for their review, and an underground tile drain exists on the parcel. We did get a water distribution plan from EA. I'm not sure, I don't remember if it had been approved by Shoshone. Do you remember, Jenny?
I don't think we have it approved.
Okay, possibly there's not an approved irrigation plan yet. We did get a response from Game and Fish. They had no concerns with this subdivision. They're concerned with the number of proposed subdivisions. Public Works sent us a number of comments, Madam Chair, starting at the bottom of page 8 on our staff report over into page 9. They talked about legal access to the lots coming from 11H. They talked about an easement. They talked about proposed lane 1 has direct frontage on a lane 11.5, and that lots 2 and 3 will be served by a 30-foot access and utility easement. And again, there is an existing now 30-foot easement going north-south on the east side of that property. However, Public Works said the proposed 30-foot access and utility easement is not considered sufficient for access. So Public Works is requiring that 30-foot access be made into a 60-foot access. And Madam Chair, my understanding is that access, right now I'll get to this in a minute, but my understanding is that access will serve both this subdivision and the subdivision to the east. Is that Graceland? Graceland? That's my understanding. And I will mention also that we just received proof of an easement from Mr. Gillette to Graceland, giving Graceland the opportunity to use this new 30-foot access that has just been recorded. But again, our understanding is that access for and for easement, for utility easement and for access needs to be made 60 foot.
All on this, excuse me, all on this subdivision? Okay.
Well, Madam Chair, I don't believe that's been determined yet. Our understanding is unless I'm wrong, to this point, the property owners of Graceland have not provided any easements to Gillette.
On their half, okay.
Yes, so at this point, we have 30 foot. It needs to be made 60, either on this property or on the property also to the east. Okay, page 9, Madam Chair. Public Works talked about the road service being improved, road width of 24 feet. Public Works recommended, and we will also require a road improvements and maintenance agreement, and that's consistent with our regulations because this road will be shared. Of course, a right-of-way permit will be required from Public Works. Construction plans and details for the new roadway will have to be prepared by an engineer, submitted to Public Works. Also, any plans regarding any improvements. Again, our understanding is that a subdivision improvements agreement will be required.
Okay.
Certainly for the gas and for the road, if possibly not other things. Public Works does have no concerns with runoff and erosion control at this time. We did get a letter from TCT. They have service available in the area. We've not received any public comments. There was a pre-application meeting that occurred on September 9th. Fee for the sketch plan review was provided. We did get a title report with a date of May of this year. On page 10, we did remind you that a subdivision road is proposed. Of course, it'll have to be constructed to Public Works standards, and a improvements and maintenance agreement will be required. Solid waste disposal services will be provided through private carriers. We have no information about any hazards on this property. Sketch plan you had a chance to see. I did mention that there was a new access agreement that was recorded on June 9th. That was from the Gillettes to Grace Incorporated. So that was 30 additional or new easement on this property on the east side that allowed Grace Incorporated to use that access. But again, Public Works will require an easement of 60 feet.
Okay.
Madam Chair, percolation test was conducted on proposal lots 1 and 2. Perk rates were from 13 to 20. That suggests conventional systems will be adequate. Excavation cuts were made on lots 1 and 2 to a depth of 10 feet. No groundwater was found. Again, it looks like conventional septic systems will be adequate should this subdivision be approved. Domestic water, that was addressed via a sample that was conducted by, I believe it was Energy Labs. That was taken from a well at 996 lane 11 and a half. I think that's just to the west, possibly. That analysis found no coliform, so it was safe. Lead or arsenic, neither of those were detected. Nitrogen was detected at 0.03. That was way below the maximum contaminant level of 10. And I don't know that we reported on, Madam Chair, doesn't look like we reported on TDS, so I can't say what that might have been. Ag impacts, the majority of this property is undeveloped irrigated cropland, so obviously land will come out of ag production should this be approved. The applicant will be required to comply with weed and pest and also the irrigation district. And they're really not proposing though any changes expected to substantially negatively impact ag activities. And the developer is aware of ag operations. We don't expect there to be further weed development, pests or litter or domestic pet problems on this property. Again, this is in the Shoshone Irrigation District. I believe we're still awaiting the submission of an approved water distribution plan. And I think we have a condition talking about a buried tile running through this property that we feel should be on the final plat. However, in regard to irrigation, we feel no state review is required. Madam Chair, this property is not located within any overlay district. P&Z reviewed this on May 18th. They had a number of conditions. The majority of these, I think, need to be met before final plat, so maybe they're not quite relevant now. However, number 8 was a HOA, a draft HOA be submitted. And that condition has not been met. And the request was before sketch plan with you, but I think that still can come before final plat review. We have findings. We have conditions recommended by staff. And I believe, I don't think we have it here, but I believe probably our recommendation is that you approve with the conditions that we've listed. We're happy to answer questions you might have. Can't think of anything.
It's interesting, this doesn't fit in the ag overlay zone, considering all of the ag around it.
And I don't believe it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board at this time? This is a public hearing, so are there any questions or comments from the public regarding this application? Say one more time, any questions or comments from the public?
Madam Chair, I'll move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I move we approve the Gillette South sketch plan pending conditions are met.
Second.
So moved and seconded to approve the Gillette South minor subdivision number 65 sketch plan with conditions.
Question for staff. I believe if it's covered in condition 11, meeting all other Park County regulations, but because this will be shared with Greece subdivision, there will be more than 2 addresses using this road, so they will probably have to apply for a right road name at that time. I didn't read anything about that. Is that correct?
I'm not sure, but that does seem to be reasonable. I think this road, there, does it say anything? Number 5.
Okay, yeah, I think it's covered.
It's in there?
Commissioner's deal. Yeah, under condition number 5. At
Okay.
the end. It was just part
yes,
of
my
Public
bad.
Works. No,
Sorry,
that's
yep.
okay. It's kind of
Yep.
hidden in there.
But yeah, you're right. A road name
Alright.
will be required by Public Works, Madam Chair.
I have nothing else.
Excuse me, we have a motion on the floor to approve with conditions. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
2022-58.
Okay, we will be on lunch break then till 1:05.
You need to take a break.
I talked too much. I know.
Yeah.
Kim, we need to take a break and let Jenny handle it by herself.
Yeah.
I think she just disagreed with you, Joe.
She would do a great job.
All right, peeps, I'll see you in a little bit.
And if we missed any other budgets besides land and Well, I think we show. Oh, that's right, because we have nothing in SharePoint on this one.
An email involved on this one.
On,
See it, and she sent it to me.
oh, she sent it to Molly too, the resolution.
Oh, was there a resolution?
I don't know.
Mine a long time ago? I don't.
A long time ago, we got one, but like weeks ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can go ahead. Are we ready?
Yep.
Okay. So the first thing on our agenda this afternoon is Evadinas. I'm gonna know if I say this right or not. Sloat Program Analyst, Welcome Home Wyoming program, to give us an overview of their program.
Hi, and yes, I'm actually with Greg, and Greg is going to be the one who will present the main overview of Welcome Home Wyoming, and I will be here to fill in.
Okay.
And I think, Greg, your microphone is muted.
He's still on mute. Oh, there we
How
go.
about that? Does that work?
That's better. Thank you.
Oh, good. Thanks for your patience. And thanks too for putting this agenda item on your meeting this afternoon, commissioners, and we appreciate it. As background, the Cheyenne Housing Authority has jurisdiction in Park County and has since 2002 and has administered the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program, subsidizing the difference in the amount of rent that households can afford to pay and what is a reasonable rent charged by landlords. And at this moment, we have 34 vouchers, renters being subsidized for rent in Cody, 34, and 44 in Powell, for a total of 78. So back in 2014, when the Cheyenne Housing Authority Board of Commissioners was looking at the rental need in Wyoming, it realized that the federal resources in terms of the voucher program were not adequate to meet all of the housing need of households that were income qualified, ready to buy a home, and that lacked down payment assistance. And so back in 2014, the Cheyenne Housing Authority launched the Welcome Home Wyoming program to help those households that were ready, willing, and able and credit qualified to become home buyers. And so the program has operated throughout the state. Since that time, we now have modified the program as of actually a couple of years ago so that the assistance to help a household get into housing is no longer a grant, it's a lien. And the state statutes that falls under requires that the resolution that you have before you be approved. Approval of the resolution essentially opens the door and provides local lenders the opportunity to use the program to house households that are ready to become home buyers but don't have the down payment assistance required to do so. I would add to the summary that, as I may have mentioned earlier, we have 16 counties already signed up that have approved the resolution. The most recent is Johnson County here a couple of weeks ago. And since 2014, the Welcome Home Wyoming program has helped 1,350 some odd households become homeowners, and thereby taking the demand off of rental housing in those counties that have passed the resolution. Eva, would you add anything to that?
I would just say that we also have an unassisted rate, and that is used statewide. And that has been a big just product that we've been using. And there's been some in Park County that we've had some unassisted. And we've had lots of lenders reach out to us. One of them was Jennifer McConnell recently with Academy Mortgage. And she has 4 borrowers that are interested in moving to Park County. or staying in Park County because family members are in, some of them are in high school, they want to keep them there. And yeah, and we also have Realtor Melissa Meyer, who works at 307 Real Estate, and she is interested in promoting this program in her realtor network. So we have a lot of traction and people that want to use the program in Park County. So.
And one more comment that I would make for the commissioner's consideration, and that is that there's no administrative work required of the county. There's no cost to the county. There's no obligation to the county. Passing the resolution is simply a door opening procedural approval that's required to make this option of that Welcome Home Wyoming program available to local lenders. And with that, we'd respond to any questions the commissioners might have.
Are there any questions from board members
No.
this time? Okay. I think we'll need to take a, excuse me, a deeper look at the resolution, but it sounds reasonable at this point with everything that you've provided. Our next meeting, if we were to determine that we wanted to do any action, wouldn't be till July 5th, but we could take a look at that and see if we want to move forward.
Well, thanks for your consideration. And if there are any more questions that arise, please reach out, let us know. And if you'd like us to participate in that meeting on July 5th, let us know that too, and we'd be glad to participate.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you for the time today. That helped a lot.
And thank you for yours.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
Okay, so Molly will send us that resolution if you all want to look through it and then let me know what your thoughts are if we want to look at it on the 5th.
Madam Chair, has anybody visited with the local lenders?
No, we can do that homework between now and
Okay.
July 5th. Okay. Any other research you want done before then? Okay. Okay, we've got a few minutes before our public hearing at 1:15. You've got time.
More pages?
All he has you do is carry paper around. What the heck?
Yeah, that just came in.
I think we're close enough. We can get going. So the next thing on our agenda is a public hearing for Leonhardt variance request. So Kim Tillman and Denny from the Planning and Zoning Office.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicants for this proposal are Tim and Gina Linhart. The planning area is Sage Creek and the zoning is residential 1/2 acre. And the requested action is the approval of the variance request. And that was submitted by the applicants on May 5th of this year and included payment and a statement explaining the reasons and manner in which the findings for variance can be satisfied. The applicants are seeking a variance for the requirement of public sewer and public water to serve a residential housing development in an RH zoning district. And the applicants intend to develop a multifamily residential use. It will consist of 8 units, each 756 square feet in size, and occupying approximately 1.85 acre space. And that's within a 14.8 acre parcel. And you can see what the development will look like and in this parcel area on page 2 in figure 1. And an approved variance would allow the applicants the opportunity to seek a special use permit with site plan review for this multifamily housing use. The property has 2 duplexes. The property previously had 2 duplexes on it, which had since been removed due to their poor condition. We classified this use ultimately as multifamily housing, which are buildings containing 3 or more dwelling units, such as triplexes, apartments, and townhouses. Property, as I mentioned, is in the RH zoning district. Multifamily housing uses are permitted in the RH zoning district, provided they meet the density requirement and public water and public sewer requirements. The applicants are unable to obtain public water and public sewer unless the property or portion thereof is annexed into the city of Cody. It is unclear if the applicant's proposal also meets the moderate density requirement, moderate as in the RH. So if we take the entirety of the property, housing density would be 10 units because there's an existing residence, and our understanding is an existing cabin on this parcel, and which is again is 14 acres, and that would allow a almost 1.5 average density in RH. However, if you just look at the area impacted by the use, it would be 8 housing units within an approximately 1.8 acre space for density less than a 1/4 acre average density. So something, Madam Chair, for you and the other commissioners to consider. Purpose again of a variance is to allow you now an opportunity to have some flexibility in our regulations. Anything in our regulations is essential that's not state statute is appropriate for consideration of a variance. We have on page 3 the procedure for a variance. It does require public hearings, and I'll talk about those in a minute. So the location of this property is addressed as 14 Jameson Circle, and you can see its location in figure 2. It's approximately a 1/2 mile southeast of the Yellowstone Regional Airport. It's just south of Highway 14/1620, or also known as the Grable Highway, and it's a ways east of Highway 120. Site characteristics: the use will be located on a portion of this parcel that's relatively flat, and you can see a topo map in figure 3. However, the whole property does have a slight change in elevation. Jameson Circle, as I mentioned, is on this property. It's on the northern side. It's horseshoe shaped. Ground cover, there's ground cover in the area, essentially tree, shrubs, and native grasses. Cody Canal irrigation lateral crosses the parcel. And Madam Chair, you can essentially see, if you go back and look at figure 1, you can see to the southeast of these proposed units, you can see that lateral moving from the southwest to the northeast. And I know some of you are probably familiar, maybe you're familiar with this property to begin with. The property is within 1 mile of the city of Cody. We notified the city of Cody and they've responded, or at least they responded to the SUP, but they were noticed also in terms of this variance request. The property is not within an ag overlay district or flood overlay district. However, it is within an airport overlay district, and we've had conversation with the airport manager. This does require a legal notice. It is a public hearing. So that notice was published in, is that right? Is the PAL Tribune correct?
I don't think so. I think it was in the company.
Well, it was published in, we'll look at that, yeah. And this is for the variance. You need this for the variance? The notice was published on June 7th and June 14th. We suspect it was in the Cody Enterprise. It might have been the PAL Tribune. Of course, it needs to be in a county paper. And we did send that certified letter out on June 6th as required. Staff report was shared with you and the applicant prior to today. Of course, we also notify agencies with a variance request. City of Cody did respond. Todd Stoll responded, indicated the property is eligible for annexation, provided a map, an explanation of city utilities. Yellowstone Regional Airport, in an email dated April 18th, Mr. Buck, who's I believe the airport manager, said that the applicant, they've completed necessary forms for FAA and he feels the development meets their requirements. And that was true, Madam Chair, for the SUP review too. They had, the Linharts had done everything the airport required. Treasurer's office responded, taxes are paid in full. Cody Canal Irrigation District responded in an email May 18th. They said the proposal will not have any effect on their district. Public Works responded on May 18th in an email. And the county engineer, Mr. Edwards, of course, responded. He stated public water service is available. He said he does not see a valid reason to not connect the 8-unit housing development. And he said cost alone should not be a reason to approve the variance. Whedon Pest responded with an email on May 24th. She has no comments regarding the variance request. However, she already has made a initial inspection for the SUP, and her recommendations for that, she said, we would respond. Northwest Rural Water District, we have here a paragraph, phone conversation between Joy and Tony, the district manager. At the time, he said he's not aware of multifamily uses being considered. He talked about extending a line quite a distance. Tony also indicated since the property is adjacent to the city, the district would be required by state statute to build any new water services to city specifications. So he did comment on that. He said since their infrastructure is different than the city's, it may not be reasonable to attempt to do so. And Tony said, Tony said he spoke with Public Works at the city of Cody, and they were in agreement that the city should serve the use, is his opinion. Madam Chair, public comments. We did have one public comment that is new specifically for the variance, and Jenny shared that with you. And I believe the top part is in regard to the variance. The bottom part of that letter, I think, was a comment that author shared with P&Z, and that was in response to the SUP. And I will say that this SUP has been heard by P&Z already, and we have received several letters in opposition to the proposed development. Madam Chair, as you know, there are 4 variance standards, and all are to be met before a variance is approved. Number 1 is there are special circumstances or conditions which are peculiar to land, building, or structure. for which a variance is sought do not apply generally to land or buildings in the neighborhood and have not resulted from any act of the applicant subsequent to the adoption of the regulations. The applicant's response talks about the parcel of land in question, Paddock Estates Tract 8 in Park County, adjacent to the city of Cody. Municipal water and sewer service are currently not available. And additionally, the applicant said we're informed by telephone from Northwest Rural Water that their board has voted to abstain from all extensions for at least 1 year. So, which means their only other source of public water is now available. Our response: there are no special circumstances or conditions which are peculiar, in this case, to the land that do not apply generally to land in the neighborhood. We said this property is zoned similarly to other properties. The rules that pertain to this property are the same rules that apply to others. A number of permissible other uses are available. While water and sewer from the city are not already serving the property, those services are available should the landowners annex, and high-density residential development such as that being proposed should be served with public sewer and public water. Number two, circumstances or conditions are such that the strict application of the regulations would deprive the applicant of the reasonable use of the land. Applicant's response: our only means of satisfying Park County requirements to connect our RH lot to municipal water and sewer would be to annex into the city, resulting in, they said, a catch-22 of sorts, because if they're annexed in the city, Park County zoning requirements would no longer apply. True, since our property would no longer be in the county. They talked about the expense of annexation in terms of both dollars and time, and they feel like this requirement would deprive us of the reasonable use of our land. And essentially, if they're in the city, they would no longer be in the county. Our response is there are no circumstances or conditions that cause the strict application of the provisions of the regs to deprive the applicant of the reasonable use of the land, buildings, or structure. We said there are several permissible uses allowed on the property, allowing for reasonable use of the land. While the proposed use may not ultimately be suitable for this property, there are other uses that may be more suitable. Number three, granting of the variance is necessary for the reasonable use thereof. Applicant said the 2015 development standards and regulations allow for properties zoned RH to have multifamily uses, provided a SUP is granted. Part of the requirements of the SUP are adequate water and septic for the multifamily residents. They said we have secured Christensen Drilling to drill a well and install cisterns, and we have designed a septic system with me that will enable this reasonable use of our land. Our response is granting of the variance is not necessary for the reasonable use of land or structure. As mentioned above, various permissible uses are possible on this land. Number four, granting of the variance is in harmony with general purposes and intent of the regulations and will not compromise the integrity of the land use plan, and it will not be injurious to properties in the vicinity or otherwise detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare. The applicant's response: granting of the variance will not compromise the integrity of the land use plan, nor will it be detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare. The granting of this variance is the only way to satisfy the requirements of the multifamily special use permit process that is designed to assess public health, safety, and welfare. That process is designed to access or assess that public health, safety, and welfare will not be negatively impacted by the project. Our response: granting of the variance is not in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the regulations and will compromise the integrity of the land use plan. Land use plan classifies multifamily housing as conditionally suitable in an urban map unit where this development is proposed. This type of development is planned for urban areas. However, the plan also states that development in the Sage Creek planning area should be limited to single-family dwellings and lot sizes of 5 acres or more. Plan further states that high-density developments in the Sage Creek planning area should require central sewer systems, and all new development should use treated water. Of course, and we didn't have it there, Madam Chair, but in terms of our regulations, again, in RH, it says residential units have municipal sewer, public water. Madam Chair, we have some findings, and our recommendation is denial of the variance. We feel because all the conditions of variance approval have not been met, and we find that this use would best be served by services offered within the city of Cody, and which would require annexation. And we're happy to answer questions you might have.
We'll start with any questions from the board. Commissioner?
First off, the public notice, I have concerns on that. Is that,
It is.
that the misprint
Yes, it is. I just looked and it was printed in the Cody.
in the Cody
Enterprise.
paper? Okay, thank you.
Good.
So we'll
Thank
fix that.
you. Yeah.
I guess I have a quick question. As far as the two apartment buildings that were there originally, were they considered to be grandfathered in? Were they there before Paddock Estates was actually created?
I think so. I'm not positive, but I think.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tilden, I'm not sure. They appeared like they were fairly dated. And I know when the Linharts bought the property, I think they were fairly worn down.
Well, I mean, the county that we don't enforce covenants, but that has a lot to do with what's going on here, the actual covenants. And I'm wondering, there were existing rental units on the property.
They were duplexes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so my only conclusion can be that they must have been built there before Paddock Estates was created. That's my only conclusion.
And Commissioner Tilden, I think the covenants actually did not include their lot in the covenants.
Oh, it did? Okay.
So,
Well,
yeah,
all
so I'm
the,
not sure which came first.
that was my next question, but all the comments we've been receiving say that it is included in that particular Paddock Estates where the covenants were established.
Yeah, Madam Chair and Commissioner Tilden. So, yeah, we just looked again today. So and I know we always hesitate interpreting covenants, but it's clear covenants list lots in Paddock Estates that are under them, and they list tract C. This is tract A, and tract A is not listed.
It's not,
And so we assume it wasn't left out. It
covenants
was
have
meant,
nothing to do with it.
it was meant to not be in the covenants.
Are there any other questions from the commissioners at this time? Seeing none, I'll open up the public hearing to anyone from the public that would like to speak, but we will ask that you use the microphone, and please state your name before you speak so we have it on the record.
Good afternoon. Jamie Meineke from Meineke and Sitz. I'm an attorney here in town. Tim Linhart couldn't be here today, so he asked me to come help Gina present this SUP and the variance request to the board. I'm perplexed by the denial, the recommendation of denial by the planning and zoning for both the SUP and the variance. Just for a little history, anecdotally, I think the houses that were there, the two duplexes and a trailer house, were rentals once upon a time 30 years ago. I can remember them being there. And I think those might have been cabins that came off of the Heart Mountain relocation camp. They were incredibly old. I lived in one of those, not at that location, but I do think that that's where they came from. So they're incredibly old. And they've been there for a very long time. And what Commissioner Tilden, I think, is referring to is not necessarily a covenant issue, but perhaps a pre-existing non-conforming use issue. There were 5 rentals here up until recently when Gina and Tim purchased the property. What they are proposing is a significant upgrade to that. They've just demolished those old cabins. They have taken away the mobile home, and they're going to build their proposal is to build 4 duplexes there for rentals, which is just 3 more than what was traditionally there. And one of the reasons this is very perplexing is because this was what was proposed to them by the planning and zoning staff when they first came in. They kind of had some ideas for this project that they wanted to put into place. And after working with planning and zoning, they came up with this multifamily use, these duplexes, and have done everything that was suggested and required of them. One of the reasons I'm kind of perplexed is because this is an extremely clean staff report. I don't appear in front of you very often, but I do help developers, and I've been in front of you myself as a developer. It's hard to meet all of these requirements as efficiently as the Linharts have. They've done everything that has been asked of them. And yet still we're here on a recommended denial. So what I would like to submit to the panel on this particular variance issue is that this is not within their control. They would love to hook up to Northwest Rural Water if you were to grant their variance and take off and have municipal water for these dwellings, but they can't do that temporarily. The moratorium is no secret to any of us. It's, all of the developers and the builders are confronted with this issue, and there's absolutely nothing they can do about it. Now, they do have water at the source. I understand that historically, there were 3 wells on the property that were used at one time. I'm not sure if they were used all at one time, but there were 3 wells that had been there supplying water to the property. We are proposing 1 new well that has already been permitted by the state to supply these units until we can have the hookup to Northwest Rural Water, if that is ever an option. So what I would present to the board is that perhaps it should be, if you grant the variance, my clients would be happy to have that conditioned upon hooking up to Northwest Rural Water when and if that becomes available. We're hoping that this is a temporary solution. And here's why. Annexation is going to cost them upwards of $200,000. They're going to have to bore beneath the highway to hook onto onto the city water, is at least what they've been told. So the property is right across the street or kitty corner from the YDOT building. They're going to have to bore across that highway or underneath it to get water. It's going to be incredibly expensive. So I don't think the board has the power to force them to annex at that cost. The regs certainly don't say that. And so saying, well, you have this really expensive alternative, so we don't think you're out of options. I don't think that's fair to them at all. And it does extremely limit the use of the property for them and what they have envisioned here. Now, I'm going to submit to you that I think with a pre-existing non-conforming use exception to the 2015 regs, they have the right to put 5 units there if they wish. That's what was there. They've never deviated from that. They can continue to do that. So what we're proposing is 8. My clients are willing to discuss with the board scaling down of the scope somewhat, if that would make you more comfortable approving this, but they're really staying consistent with the historical use. And to talk about the comments about incompatibility, you have YDOT right across the road with the dump trucks and the gravel pits and everything there. Then you have the animal shelter right behind it, right across the street. And as my clients commented in their information to you, those dogs are out barking all day long. There's disturbances all day long. And then right behind that, you have the KOA, which I don't know how many renters, RVs come in and out of there every day. Far less than what the 8 units would provide, just right up the street. Right behind to the east is residential, but there is 13-acre buffer there, which my clients have submitted to you in their information. And then it would be the 4 duplexes and then Dr. Moore's old clinic. So this is a compatible use. They're not proposing putting, busy duplexes in a quiet street. We've got industrial, barking dogs, RVs, sometimes hundreds of them, and a vet clinic. So I don't think there will be a disturbance here as far as compatibility, especially when they've had 5 rentals there in the past. So as it speaks to the variance, they have no control over the water. They need to be allowed to do the well and the septic. They have already in their packet provided some information from an engineer who has indicated that, DEQ doesn't even get involved until there's a 2,000 gallon pressure on the system. And this is going to be half that, even if all 8 units are approved. So we're looking at a pretty safe, low impact on the community, on the neighbors for the septic and the water. And again, my clients would be more than willing to agree to hook up to Northwest Rural Water as soon as it's available. But trying to force them to annex because that is an option, I don't think the board has the power to do that. It ties their hands on how they can use their lots. And I think they have met all the requirements for the variance. Thank you.
I just had a question, and it has to do with non-conforming uses. And maybe I've misunderstood this in the past, but my understanding is on a non-conforming use, once that use stops, for instance, that those buildings were removed, it's no longer available on that property. So the use does not continue once the non-conforming use ends. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Tilden?
Yeah, you made a comment that disturbed me a little bit. You said that the applicant was led to believe when they first visited with planning and zoning that they could do this.
This was the project that was recommended by Planning and Zoning, by Joy. They sat down and worked with her at several brainstorming sessions, and it was her recommendation that the multifamily use special use permit be sought. And to comment, I believe legally, as long as there is not a deviation from the pre-existing non-conforming use, it maintains. So as long as they don't build a single family residence there, they continue to have that exception. Certainly you can talk to Brian about that, but that's my thought on that.
But the point I'm making is one of the first things with multifamily use in our rules and regs, it has to have a central sewer and water system. That's black and white.
That's true, but this was the direction that they were advised to go by Planning and Zoning, and they have done that, which is why we're very perplexed as to why there has been a recommendation of denial when they've done everything that was recommended, advised, and asked.
Okay, I mean, well, Joy's not here to answer the question, but
she's right
you
there.
guys want, oh, I didn't see you were hiding back there.
I'd be glad to answer some questions. So first of all, I will say that, we do our best to classify things correctly, and we do make mistakes. The reason that this came up after we sat down and classified was because the Planning and Zoning Commission questioned the classification. And when P&Z questions a classification, we have to revisit the classification. And we did. And they questioned the classification as well as the density requirement for this particular development and the water sewer issue. So it was pointed out at that time during the hearing, which those meeting minutes are available, about their concerns. And so we took it. We took that seriously, and we asked for time to evaluate it with the county attorney's office. So was a mistake made? I would say yes, absolutely. We misclassified. And unfortunately, it's led to this end. A couple points of clarification. When you have a non-conforming or pre-existing use, once that use has been out of use for a certain period of time, it becomes no longer a use. It's basically like it dies. And then when you start to use it again, you have to conform to today's rules. So rentals are a little different. Rentals that exist before like pre-1978 or 1989 are allowed to continue being rented. Again, they were removed or not going to be used. So there is no current non-conforming structure or non-conforming use to be considered. Anything new now becomes a new use, which goes under today's rules. The statement about the city requiring boring of the highway is not completely accurate. So I literally just got off the phone with Todd Stoll. This is my third or fourth time talking with Todd about this use. He indicated that the city would be agreeable to the Lenharts using the southern water line. That's the one that comes up the southern side of the highway. But they need to secure an easement across the neighboring property. And they're not sure if they have engaged the neighbor on that conversation as of yet. So that could be a limitation. What else? There was one other point that I wanted to make. From the very start of this proposal, I very strongly encouraged the Lenharts to go to the city. I did never hid the notion that I felt that this use better suited to city services, in part because the Lenharts very clearly identified that they have an interest in doing more units on the property. I'm not a fan of big uses being served by septic systems and wells. So to me, if the intent is to do more, there's absolutely no question that this does not belong in the county. It's too dense. It just doesn't meet the requirement. I mean, I leave it to you to decide how this meets the rule, but those are some of the reasons why we've ended up here today.
Quick question for Joy.
Okay.
You mentioned that a period of time for non-conformity use. What is that? What do you have a number for?
Disconformance, so discontinuance. Whenever a non-conforming use of a building, structure, or land area has been discontinued for a period of 1 year, such use shall not thereafter be reestablished, and any future use shall conform to the conditions of the regulations.
When was the previous structures demolished?
Within the past year. But again, there's also the accessory housing units for rentals.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Prior to
I'm having a hard time hearing anybody.
You need the mic again for a minute. We'll get it back to you. Gil.
Yeah, so again,
great,
non-conforming
thank you.
use, if it is discontinued for a period of 1 year, it shall not thereafter be reestablished. And any future use shall conform to the provisions of these regulations. And then again, accessory housing units have special rules where you have rentals that have been in place that predate a particular date, which if you give me a second. Yeah, it is January 7th of 1998, may be rented at any time. And so we did have a question actually. Were the units, because the rule says accessory housing units constructed prior to that date. But the question was, were they placed on the property prior to that date? So that was another question we had way back when we started talking about this. But those are the rules. She is referencing exactly what is here.
Okay, public comment. Can you state your name, please, for the record?
My name is.
It's on.
My name is Al Gilmain. I live at 28 3CX Road. To go back as far as the buildings are concerned, the buildings were put in there by a man by the name of Carol Coffer. And those buildings were purchased, we believe, from the hospital. But that's where they came from, down basically where the cancer center is. And there was talk at the time that they were not put in there legally. As far as the trailer goes, I have no idea about that, but I've been out there since 1975. And this was something that was discussed years ago about the legality of those two buildings that were rented out.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Gina Lenhart. You turned it off. My name is Gina Lenhart. I did just want to comment on what Joy was saying. At the very, very beginning, when we first came to the zoning and planning office, we talked about what was there. And they're the two regs, the non-conforming use, if they've been abandoned versus 1998. They were definitely there before 1998. These have been there since the 60s. And Mr. Gilmain is correct. That was the information we were given as far as them coming from the hospital and being placed there. But what Joy failed to mention was that she went to the county attorney at that point, and they had a discussion, and the county attorney determined that we could keep those duplexes and bring them back into service. So.
Okay. Any other public comments? state again, any other public comments? Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded to close the public hearing on the variance. No further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Okay. Pleasure of the board.
Well, I got a couple questions. This is a tough one. And I guess this would be to Joy and Kim. Jenny, if you want to jump in there, feel free. You know, the two main concerns we have are, well, number one, three main concerns, the non-conforming. I think we've covered that pretty well. And the other two would be the water and the sewer and hooking up to central water and sewer. Now, even if Northwest Rural Water was available, they still would not have any type of central sewer. So I guess, Kim, maybe you're the best qualified to answer this. For this number of units, 8 units, can they basically design a sewer system, a septic system that would be adequate? They would still need a variance for that, wouldn't they?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tilden, yes, Gina and myself, we, along with a contractor, we designed a system that would be adequate for these 8 units. But it's in ground on site. It's not central.
Yeah,
sewer.
it's not central, but
Right, but we were able to design one that is adequate.
okay. Well, then the other question I asked, and Joy was shaking her head no back there, but because it's a two-pronged regulation we have with water and sewer. So if Northwest was to supply water to the site, would they still have to come back for a variance for their sewer?
Yeah.
It would, technically, yeah.
And when I was shaking my head, no, it was to the second part of your statement, not to the first part.
Okay. Okay. All right.
I think it's very unknown what Northwest Rural Water District's plans or ability are going to be in the future. So coming from there, understanding pipe sizes and service size, I have a little trouble thinking about what can happen there. I don't know what that time frame might be, I guess is my concern. If you did a variance that says, you know, we'll do wells for now, and when that's available, we'll hook on. That could be 2 years, and it could be 15, and it could be not at all.
Yeah.
So what do we do in the case of not at all? And I don't have the answer to that. I'm just thinking about what we do with those requirements.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
This is very difficult because we all will agree there is a demand and a need for this type of housing. I mean, we talk about it. I see the candidates in back there. For the need of a low income, moderate housing like this. I'm just not convinced that we should bend the rules when there are options. I'm not convinced one way or the other right now, so help me out here, but because we do have these rules in place that says that they need to have public, because of density, public water and public sewer. But should we make exceptions because of that, because of what the need in Park County for low income housing? Is that the intent? I'm assuming for this type of apartment building rents. Could it happen? Yes, done right. So help me out.
I guess I'd like to ask the applicant from what Joy just indicated. Have you had any discussions with your neighboring landowner, the vet clinic, basically to come from that side, if that would be, I'm not going to say reasonably cost, but if it would be less cost than crossing the highway? Have you had those conversations?
With who?
The vet clinic, your next door neighbor. There is a highway line that came across to Cody Vet Hospital. They are on city water.
They are.
And so there is a line that comes across, and Mr. Stoll just told Joy that it's a possibility that you could tie into that line and you would not have to bore the Grable Highway.
That is still up for debate. I have emails from Mr. Stoll that told us that because of water flow, that we would be required to bring an 8-inch line underneath the highway.
An 8-inch?
Correct. An 8-inch line underneath the highway for water flows. So yes, there is the ability to connect to the services on the south side of the highway, but whether or not we would be allowed to do so is still up for discussion.
So we don't have that answer yet.
And for Tim, you know, as some of you know, I do construction dirt work. The system for the septic, is this like an above ground Presby system?
No, it is chambers in a bed.
And even with the canal right there, where they've done test holes during high water, that there's no groundwater, that is a lot without a raised above ground system?
Can I look?
Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Well, I mean, I would like to think that we've done our homework, that if the septic system, because that canal is right close. And trust me, I know.
We have looked at this. I don't remember off the top of my head what the numbers are. But it is in our staff report.
But our exploratory hole has been done?
That is correct.
And what time of year?
I'm sorry?
At what time of year?
It was March.
Okay. When there's no water, a canal hasn't been all winter. I'm just true. All I'm trying to do is I'd really hate to see a system put in that would fail.
The application.
And an above ground system, Presby type system for this many units, you might be cheaper to bore. I can tell you from installing them myself, they're very expensive. Standard design is one thing, but an enhanced system, I think you'll know, and there's some heads shaking in here, they can be very pricey. So I'm just trying to protect you. I'm not asking these questions for these reasons.
So we are over 50 feet from the ditch. That's the requirement to have the septic system. You can't be any closer.
I know some of the rules, yes, but I do know water table changes a lot when water's in the canal.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Teal. So this the excavation cut was done the middle of January this year. An excavation cut down 8 feet and no groundwater was found.
In January.
Understood. But we all have enough common sense to know that when you do 50 feet from a canal, that changes in June, July, and August.
Certainly could.
My concern. So I guess at this point in time, I don't support.
We do not actually have to answer this today. If we want to get a little bit more research, like coming across that south line, from the south line, if that's a more reasonably cost option, not saying we would go that way, but I think we ought to explore all options and have all of the answers before we make a final decision on how this goes. I think that gives everybody a little bit more time to get questions answered and make sure that we are hopefully making the right decision when we get done.
Scott, you got something to say?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Well, you were shaking your pen.
I didn't see it
Well, I
over
could have
here.
stood on the desk, and I'm not gonna do that.
That's one of the problems being on either end here.
I'm sure Lee has a few comments too, but we can't hear him. I don't want to not approve the variance in SUP right away, because I think there's still some questions that could be answered by the city of Cody if we do sort of a joint idea, what would be better for these people, and can Cody help with this project too? I know that it's cost prohibitive, and I don't believe that they want to spend $200,000 to bore under the highway, but if we can get the city of Cody to maybe give it a little nudge, and maybe we can work into an annexation, at least get the water going, and then they can talk about the sewer as well, because I just talked to them yesterday. They're talking about affordable housing.
Right.
This might be an opportunity. So I don't want to not approve or disapprove the variance right now. I'd like to hear more from the city of Cody and what solution they would like to see.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just got a question of the applicant. When you talked to the city about annexation and you made the decision that you did not want to annex, Was that because, was your decision made based on just not being, want to be in the city limits? Or was it the cost involved with looking at the sewer and water?
It was the cost. It
Just
was-
cost alone, you don't
it
mind
was
being in
over
the city?
$200,000, and I didn't include electricity. That was just water and sewer. Because Sam Wild, the fire marshal, was requiring a certain amount of water flow, and even
Right.
though Cody can't really reach water flows, they want the most water flow. And I have emails stating this, so
Well, I mean,
they instead of going on the south side of the highway, they were requesting us to look at going underneath the highway,
Mhm.
which was over 200,000, and again, that wasn't electricity.
Okay, well, you know, I guess where I'm coming from, there is a need for this in the county, there's no question about that. And I guess my problem with the variance, granting the variance, is we do have rules and regulations. We have granted variances for different things in the past. If this was any place other than where it sits in close proximity to number one, Northwest Rural Water, but we don't know what's gonna happen with that. In close proximity to city sewer and electricity and water, I grant a variance, but they do have other options, you know. I guess that being said, and I've still got some unanswered questions, and I'd certainly be willing to put off making a decision for a couple of weeks.
Okay, we have closed the public hearing on the variance part. We can revisit this July 5th or.
Sure, whenever the chairman wishes to put it on the agenda.
Okay, we'll do the research that we can do. Hang on just one second. We won't put it on the agenda specifically until we get the list of questions and try to get some answers, because I'm not sure how soon we can find out anything when the city's involved. And we can ask them questions, because I don't know when we'll get the answers to those questions, as close as we are to the end of June.
That was my question, Madam Chairman. What questions do you want us to answer in supplementation? I just want to be prepared for the next opportunity that we have to present. What do you want us to answer for you in the definitive, in the form of a submission? What will you be asking the city for? I just don't want to miss an opportunity here to give you all the information.
My questions really aren't to the applicant at this point. They're with the city, a little bit with Northwest, a little bit looking at our rules and understanding a little bit more of what's the history here. Any other questions that you believe that the applicant would be answering?
Well, the one thing I'd like to see pinned down is talk to the city, see if they're willing indeed to let you tap into on the south side of the highway and try and get some idea and pin down the cost. Whether it's boring under the road or tapping in on the south side, because that's where your decision is going to be made.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I make a recommendation.
We
that
probably need to use the mic because of Commissioner Livingston, please. And the rest of the public, I guess, needs to hear.
Madam Chair, I make the recommendation that you reopen the hearing at this time. If you wish to receive additional information from the applicant or others, then it would probably be in your best interest to do so. If you wait to reopen the hearing at a different date, you will have to renotice it. But if you reopen it right now at this meeting, you do not have to renotice, but you could then basically continue the hearing to that next date. And that would give the applicant the opportunity to deliver additional material in support of their application.
So in that case, do I have a motion to reopen the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to reopen the public hearing for further consideration. Any further discussion? None. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, motion passes to reopen the public hearing.
Madam
Now-
Chair,
Yes.
I'm asking planning and zoning here, but if for some reason we even consider this beyond the public water or sewer, are you comfortable approving a septic system based on the exploratory hole done in January, this close proximity of the canal?
I certainly think it's reasonable to request a new exploratory hole to be dug. We do tell people that when they do exploration cuts in the middle of winter, that their results may be different than they would be when irrigation water is actively running. So, but again, people don't like to wait. until the water gets turned on. And so it's kind of an at-risk thing.
For the safety of even the developer, I think it would be very advantage to do that.
Okay, so my understanding right now is we're gonna do a little more research for the city of Cody as far as the south line and costs maybe both from the south line or coming across from the highway. Those costs might have to come from one of the boring companies in the area, depending on, how you do that research. And then checking on the septic system, if there's an additional test hole that can be done to see if we're still okay with the test results that we received previously. Yes, ma'am. The mic, please.
Just a test hole? Do you want the whole perk test done again? What are we talking about?
Madam Chair, you have to satisfy planning and zoning, and correct me if I'm wrong, Joy, but because of the number of bedrooms used on this system, does this not fall under DEQ anyway?
No, I think,
And you can ask Kim specifically, but 8 bedrooms, I believe still falls under the 2,000 gallons per day. But I believe they're proposing a 2,000 gallon tank to achieve that required storage.
Okay, it would satisfy me just to find the groundwater, a 10-foot test hole. But that you're gonna have to satisfy Jenny, and she's tough.
Okay, I have one other procedural question. Because we don't do that many of these that come one behind the other. We had a public hearing for the variance today, and the next thing was the public hearing on the SUP, but we can't really move forward with the SUP until we have the answers from the variance.
Right.
Is that going to require, or do we open that and extend it also so that we do not have to do additional advertising at the cost of the client?
My recommendation would be that you open that public hearing, explain on the record that the variance decision is pending, and then continue it to a time and date certain, as you will be doing for this hearing as well.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I'm just wondering, I'm looking at the calendar and see when we can continue it to. We could do it the 5th, but it's 2 weeks for the 4th. I don't think we'll get enough time to get all the information together.
So,
and of course, the next Tuesday being the 12th, and that's our staff day, so we'd have to.
We are convening.
We are convening that day.
Oh, we are.
For our budget. Yep.
Oh, that's right, we are.
Yep.
Okay,
We have to
thank you.
approve the budget, so we are convening that.
That might be a
Okay.
little bit better situation to continue
Yeah.
to the 12th.
All right, then I'll make the motion. We continue it until the 12th of July. What time?
Anytime right now. We don't have a specific time on the budget, Madam Clerk.
I have a public hearing for the budget, so what time is that? Oh, I believe it's 9 a.m.
9:30.
9:30.
And I can change the time on the public hearing because I haven't said it yet. 6 o'clock. So I think anytime on Tuesday.
Okay, that's a full Tuesday.
No, I had addressed at 9:30 a.m. on July 12th. So
Okay.
anytime, and that takes half hour maybe.
So if we do
We
10
take a
o'clock,
half hour. I guess it depends on what we have for amendments, how long it's gonna take to read that, but, so if you wanna say 10.
10.
Okay. All
Okay,
right.
Might be a good idea.
July 12th at 10
July 12th at 10 a.m. for the variance.
for the variance. And then
Okay.
I'll make another motion.
Okay, wait a second. I need a second to that one first.
Yeah, I know.
Second.
We moved and seconded to continue the public hearing on the variance request for Leonhardt to July 2nd at 10 a.m.
July
12th.
12.
July 12th.
Sorry, I missed the one here. Jeez. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Then, okay, so at this point,
You need to open it.
I do. We'll need to move to the next one. We're a little late on that one. Public hearing for Leonhardt SUP number 234. So I will open the public hearing for that. And at this point state that due to needing further information from the variance request, we are going to postpone decisions on this public input and decision on this hearing until Well, do we want to say,
July 12th at 11.
yeah, I was just gonna say July 12th at 11. Let's give us some time to get through the variance first. Okay,
Madam Chair, you need a motion to extend extend the public hearing to July 12th at 11
yes, I do.
a.m.
Yes, I do.
Please use the word continue.
Continue,
Continue this hearing.
July 12th at 11, okay. And I have a second?
Yes.
Okay. The moved and seconded to continue the public hearing for the Leonhardt SUP number 234 to July 12th at 11 o'clock. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're on board to move forward.
Thank you.
See what we
Yeah,
can
thank
get
you,
done.
commissioners.
Okay, so those.
I cannot believe that it would cost 200,000 to board a highway.
I shouldn't believe it.
Sure.
If you have a
Oh.
septic system
Huh?
and it's above a water source,
Really?
what happens? if it's a big field?
Lloyd, I get.
It depends on how they design them, and probably Lloyd is a better one to outs that too, because he builds them. He builds septic systems. I don't, I mean, I understand how regular ones work, but I don't know about the others.
3CX, name of that road.
Board to board, or
That was
the
all
line
right.
and everything?
They came all the way from 280 up the hill.
And
And
where
board
this
under
piece
the
of
highway.
property is
There ain't no way.
Right.
Drilling one.
And that
brick
that canal
down the
leaks too.
highway.
That has a well, 100-foot well, I have a 100-foot well.
Mhm.
I was just a little concerned that if it's an open septic or a leaching field,
Mhm.
that something's gonna happen.
Okay,
He's early.
that'll be a question
No,
for
you're
either
on
Kim
time.
Dillvan,
We're
who does
running
the
late.
permitting for the county for septic systems. If you want to walk into P and Z and ask for Kim, ask
I don't
him.
have you nothing.
Yeah.
Ask him
When
that.
I
4 minutes
when I
in the
bought a
next.
septic system in Telemark,
Uh-huh.
they made me enclose it and then pump it. I
Can
couldn't,
pump it,
I
right.
couldn't have it drain.
Right, it just depends on the soil conditions. I understand that much, but I don't know the rules completely, but he does.
It'll be.
So he can answer that. Kim,
So what's it about?
okay?
And that was Carol Coughlin, I think. But I don't think it was ever permitted.
Okay, well, that was way old, so yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, can you check on that at all?
They can, they would know if there was an original permit.
For the houses?
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, they've done that research.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
So, Madam Chair, the lady just made a comment to me. She is gonna send me information because she is under the understanding that this is not low-income housing.
Okay, we'll gather more information. Okay, the next thing on our agenda was board appointments, and we have several board appointment advertisings going on right now for museum, historic preservation, and library board. But we did receive two existing library board member, well, one library and one museum that would like to re-up. So I would like to get those two taken care of, so we know those positions are full. And it's Nicole Gerhart for the library board, who is, she's museum board, sorry.
Yeah, they're
Sorry.
both for the museum.
Museum
right?
board,
Yeah.
right. I keep looking at her thinking library board because she's a librarian.
How many opens do we have? Two?
We actually have three because Dakota left also.
Okay, well,
So-
I'll go ahead and move that we appoint Nicole Gerharder and Rebecca Burns to the
Burns.
museum board.
Yes, who are both current members. Do I have a second?
Second.
And normally a new applicant, we
Interview. Right.
but everybody knows Rebecca.
Right, well, we know both of these.
We only got two.
And they have a heartbeat.
Okay.
So both of these are for the museum, we're not
Yes,
doing one for the
no,
library?
we're waiting on the library ones. We've still got those to
Yeah,
come
they're
in.
both museums.
Yep, these are both.
That's what I saw, because I didn't,
Yep,
I didn't want to have to choose between the two.
No, I'm sorry. They both fit. So I have a motion on the floor to approve both Nicole Gerhart and Rebecca Burns to reappoint them to the museum board. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion by
I did.
Lloyd. Okay, so now we're up to our 205 agenda item. Brian and Travis.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
would it be all right if I try this again one more time?
Before we have this discussion, yes. Okay, this discussion, basically just an outline of, we've received requests, phone calls, discussion from both public officials from Park County, Montana, being Bill Berg from Livingston, in discussing Cook City, and then a gentleman that Lloyd's trying to get in touch with regarding Red Lodge.
Again,
We've had requests, informal requests to this date to look at receiving their solid waste. Cook City's request came in last week, and I know Brian and Travis, you've had some discussion, so let's talk about Cook City first. And what your thoughts are about how that might work and what we need to do.
I'll say, Madam Chair, too, so Travis has run, he's been talking to some people today, trying to get a feel for what's going on in Montana, so he's got probably more information than I could share on it. I'm passing the football to you.
I reached out to, I tried to reach out to Mr. Berg.
Okay.
I have not heard back from him. Okay. I reached out to Leslie Spencer from Keel Sanitation just to see if they had contacted her about picking up their container.
Okay.
She enlightened me that they cannot legally go get that container and bring it into Wyoming.
Okay.
And so no one has reached out to her.
Okay.
So I don't know how they're going to get this container down to us to accept, which we have no problem accepting it at the Cody landfill.
Okay.
But I'm unfamiliar with what details are for getting that container from Cook City down to.
Okay.
And I'm hoping maybe the meeting in Cook City on Thursday will be more informative that way. I was just trying to get some more information before I came before you guys, so I could tell you what was going on.
Okay.
Also, Madam Chair, just so having some experience in other places with this, a lot of times they have franchise agreements in place with the haulers. And I suspect there's something like that, which I would think you could, the local government entities that are involved in when you have an act of God or an emergency, something like this, where you physically can't get
natural
disaster, where there could be some conditional changes there. But anyway, that's some things we'll find out Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Keel's limited to operating in the state of Wyoming, probably.
Correct.
And so that would limit them to the state line.
Yeah, they would have to get, what Leslie told me was they'd have to get so many people to write letters that they want to use them for their waste disposal. And then even after that, so many people wrote those letters, they still may not be approved to haul that. So.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Well, do you need any type of, anything from us authorizing you to accept out of state MSW?
Madam Chair, I would say, Commissioner Tillman, I would say no, because we're permitted and are already take waste from out of state to the Clark landfill. And we have seen already some loads at the Cody landfill, at the Clark landfill, you said even at Powell already, from out of state. So our permit allows that. So I don't think it's that. It's whether or not there's any special accommodations in the way of going into other areas or fees or something like that, that I think that's just keeping you in the loop with.
Okay.
Well, I think there is that question because we know that Montana charges out of state fees if anybody from Wyoming goes up there under normal circumstances.
Yeah.
But if Brian or Travis could move forward, if we're Cook City's option and they can get it worked out logistically, are we willing to accept that waste at the same fee that we accept Wyoming's waste right now during this disaster?
I would, yeah. I mean, it's gonna be a difficult time for those folks. If we can help them out, we should.
Okay. I guess that's the direction that I wanted to get today, is how you guys can move forward, because we don't meet for a couple of weeks and we don't know what's going to happen in between.
And Madam Chair, I guess keeping in mind that our new contract agreement is not in place yet, it hadn't been approved, so at the $74 a ton for municipal waste, we have the room and can accommodate them at the Cody landfill without problem, both C&D and MSW. And then with C&D, we just have to do some different things because we're not quite set up for it at Clark.
Okay. I think that the logistics is up to you guys.
Yeah,
Just
we'll
mainly see.
work out the logistics, but if you're okay with charging that fee as opposed to waiving the out-of-state fee, I think rate wise, we'd be okay.
You're all okay with that?
Yeah,
Sir?
one point too, I know when the city of Powell was going up to Billings I think they had to go through a permission or permitting phase. So maybe just send a quick email to Zach and he can pass it on to Leslie too. So
sounds good. Yeah,
that's true.
Okay, yeah, like I said, it was just, I was trying to cover all bases before I came before you.
Sure, no, I appreciate that.
Appreciate that. And then as far as Carbon County, they have a Red Lodge Area Community Foundation set up. In Red Lodge, I have contact information that the people of Red Lodge can take their flood waste to Billings and they are not charged. And then the Billings landfill charges that foundation as they're getting federal funds to cover this cost. So if anybody calls, there is a foundation in Red Lodge that they can get a hold of to take their MSW or their C&D materials to the Billings landfill. And they're only charging them the in-county, like the Yellowstone County rate, not the out-of-county rate.
I would like to think, Madam Chair, that the person that I've been playing phone tag with, who is a commissioner from Carbon County, would know this as well, but I'll pass that along. Charlie.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And I can email you guys that information, so you have it also when I get back over to the office.
Okay, so we're pretty clear on Red Lodge that we don't need to worry about Red Lodge.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Any other things come out of that? I know you're planning on going to the meeting Thursday night.
Find out more Thursday night, see what their needs are. But
for Cook City.
Yeah, for Cook City.
Okay. All right. Any other issues there? We're still doing okay.
Yep.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a question, not in landfill possibly, but I had a call lunch from a person up in Crandall. Wyoming has not declared any type of emergency.
No.
So there are no federal funds available. I put a call into Rennie, just to see if there was anything statewide that we're looking at in the northwest corner. He has not called me back.
Okay. Last I read, Governor Gordon was working with Yellowstone Park if they needed something from outside of the park, but we haven't seen anything yet that's come through. And he did offer some state assistance if needed, and I haven't heard anything else. So
And that is in relation probably to public areas, is not private.
That would be my understanding, but we haven't heard anything back yet.
Well, FYI, I may be getting a call back from Reddy, and I am going to question if there is anything, any type of assistance, just because I was asked, and I don't know the answer, so.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything. I think we would be notified with being in Park County, but who knows? Okay, so the last couple things that we have today, we missed one budget yesterday with land and environment, Steve. If we could just go to that one really quick. I think you and I talked about it a couple days ago, but I don't think we hit on it.
What page are we on?
25 for land and environment, just to review with the commissioners what's in there. I gotta change my map. Yeah, there we go. Okay, on the land and environment, when the discussions that we've been having, we have to have the remainder of the funds under contract to Clarion, which is about 198,000 of that 320. The other 100 is a start on the reg amendments that will follow the land use plan. And we won't do the RFP for that until late fall, so we probably won't know what the total cost will be, but we also won't be very far into it during next year's budget. It'll be the year after that a lot of that hits. So we have 100 in there to do that. And the other 22,000 deals with both the RFP that needs to go out, plus the advertising on the land use plan as we're doing it right now, and any advertising that might have to happen if we get into the reg amendments as far as public hearings go. So that's the money that's in there totaling 320, which is why it looks that way. Any thoughts?
Me.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. So then the tough page, 24, special funding. I think that's our last one, Steve, right? We've done everything else. Okay, as you know, all of these came before us over the last couple of months to tell us what their needs were and why. So we just need to go through and decide what we are or aren't going to do.
And Chair, do we have any update on estimated totals yet? And one back there going, yes.
Zero.
It's gonna be between 2.5 to 3 million. Carryover.
We keep running a lot of that projects that people can use this year that they're putting in next year.
At this point in time, have we already, is the 298 included? The total of all these special fundings, are they already penciled into that?
It was yesterday. I just took it out to put the approved one in there.
Okay.
So it wasn't included.
So we're somewhere around balance if we awarded 100% of these.
Yes.
Give or take.
There's always, Barb and I will go over the revenue projections next week again, make sure those all look relevant. And there's a little bit more review, but we're
understood.
We should be okay.
Before I commit to any of these, I'd like to know, I'm good with that. I mean, it's not a final decision, but I mean,
we still have to,
it's just money.
Still need to put in the sheriff's adjustments, the library and the museum.
Okay.
And I think those are the only other adjustments that.
The sheriff's totaled approximately 66,000. I believe you said 60,000 somewhere in there last.
Yeah,
60, and then the library was
The
78.
library could be fairly expensive.
75.
75.
74, 75, and the museum was 11.
Museum isn't much, but.
So we're talking about 150.
And we don't know what bill will be, so always keep that in mind.
Right.
I don't want, for us to budget for next year for bill, we won't know until the end of the month what we can put in next year. We have the projection, but.
Right, but the check's not here yet, right?
So once we get built in and review the revenue, we'll have a pretty darn good idea.
Yeah.
Of where we're
We
gonna
have
go
the interface today,
next week.
so we have the 1.9 already.
And the ARP money is not involved in this budget whatsoever. Thank you.
Mike,
Okay.
can I ask one more? So is this also taken out the construction road fund material that was considered with Public Works? Or is that still in?
Did that 400 already get moved?
Yeah, it'll be moved today
Okay.
or tomorrow. Barb will post it.
So you figured it in
You
there
figured
with your
that in as
discussion.
well.
Okay.
So we can't really squeeze a whole lot more without going back if need be. So in my opinion, then we need to be still, as always, frugal with all budgets.
We still do, I think Molly looked into ARP funds and road materials are right in the approved guidance.
We can use them if we need to.
If we needed to use it for road materials, we could.
Last time we did, I discussed with Brian Edwards yesterday, I mean, in the event that we need to find some money someplace, the county road fund's in great shape.
Right.
But we can take up to probably $500,000 out of county road fund.
I understand. And my question was, have we already done that
No.
as to where we're at?
No, we have not. No. We took money out of the county road fund for the graders,
Right, but that was only 200,000.
but we did not any material.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Okay, let's go down through the list and at least get as much preliminary here and we can get done. So caring for pal animals. 3,500 is what was requested.
You want to act on these with individual motions, or how do you want to do this?
Well, why don't we put numbers in and then decide if we need to go back and pull any of them out separately? Does that work? So what are your thoughts on there? Yes or no?
I'm good with the animals.
I'd like to leave it where we gave last year.
No, I think, yes, Madam Chair, I think if we just went to what we gave last year, instead of giving, because all of them are gonna have the same story. Gas is more expensive and what have you. You know, we've already heard it through all of our budget. So I think that's one of the reasons that a lot of them are putting in a higher amount. Or they put in the higher amount hoping that we give them what we gave them last time.
Well, I mean, in years past, they always ask for more.
They do, yeah.
Always.
Okay.
You never ask for what you really want.
So caring for animals, we're gonna go with 3,000.
Yep.
Okay. City of Cody Recycling Center,
I'm good to leave it where it is.
2,500.
Yep.
Senior Citizens Council on Aging, we did 47. They've asked for 55. Now they will have a fuel issue, but so that one, I guess I would consider that one a little bit. You what?
But I'm open for discussion. Their request is 55. I'm good with that.
Who is?
The
I am
Senior
the Cody
Center.
Council on Aging,
They
Senior
are-
Citizen Center.
They are going to be affected by fuel. There's no question because of the
And
meals
food
on
prices
wheels
and
and
everything.
food prices.
Oh, you lost me. Which one are we on?
Cody Council of Senior Center.
Senior center,
Four,
okay.
four down.
That's fine. I want to raise them at least 50.
Okay, so
They're-
where are you
During
at?
COVID, they served. great.
They're at 55. Their request.
50?
You know,
Okay.
they requested 55. We gave them 47 last year. So I'm saying, let's give them 50 this year.
That's what
I'm saying
Scott,
55.
You want to go 55? I'll go with you.
Okay. He's
I guess
arguing.
we agree on it.
Yeah, I
You
thought
wanna
we
go
were.
55?
yeah, they want to give them what they asked
Yeah,
for.
you guys have all the taxpayer money. Go ahead.
I mean, you know, they're worth it. They serve it.
Absolutely.
I mean,
We'll just
during
put a
COVID,
star. They've done a lot.
They did a hell of a job.
Shooting complex 0. I'm sorry. Go.
0 on that.
Prosecutor.
That'd be my take. CY Arrow be in to see us later.
Yeah, they're not asking for it.
Crisis Intervention Services,
I'd like to bump them a little bit.
and the 11, I think I'm okay with the 11.
Want to go with 11?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Forward Cody, we gave them 14, they asked for 15.
I would say leave them.
14. Okay, graduation parties are out. Manor House,
I'd like to see them go to 10. I mean, they fed a lot of people in town during COVID. They really did.
Scott, you okay with
Yeah.
10? Lloyd,
That's fine.
10?
At least.
I'll star that one for a little bit. Matizzi Senior Center, 10?
Yep.
They've kind of
Yeah.
stuck with that.
And if they would ask for more, I'd probably give them some.
Can always give them 12, that's what they got 19.
No. Matizzi Visitor Center. Economic Development, we're about her only.
I'd leave them same at 6.
As their liaison, I say 6. For now.
Okay.
I'll go with that.
Park County 4-H Council, 6.
6.
Park County Animal Shelter, we've done 0 because we did a fairly large,
And they didn't even request anything. this
significant
year.
amount for
They
the
didn't
building.
this year? That's why
No.
I put a question mark on it.
They did not.
Let me look, but I don't think they did.
That's going to be amazing.
Their rabbit hutch is off.
Just check.
I mean, they.
All right, if
they
you'll go
always
through
got
that,
their
we'll
hands
keep,
out.
we'll keep going while she looks, well, she has to do minutes. Well, no, she doesn't. Steve's doing it.
I was looking at the last year's, if there is no request.
And they should have received it. because everybody's on the same email, so we did not receive anything from
Okay,
our county animal shelter.
Zero.
all right,
Okay.
0. Okay. Park County Supervised Treatment,
12.
They're good.
Howell Economic Partnership,
Well, we didn't do
No.
anything extra for Cody, so it's the same.
so we'll stay, okay. Howell Senior Citizens A-Go-Go,
How much you want to give them?
Let's go 55. That's the same as Cody. They're requesting 56. It's up from 47.
I don't think that many, do we know how, they don't serve as many people as Cody does.
Oh,
Typically, they've always been the same, Cody.
Have they? Okay, all right, okay.
you okay,
everybody
Scott?
good 55?
You bet.
55, okay. Howell Valley Recycling,
We always
25.
go way high.
you want to do the 2,500 again?
Yep.
I would say yes.
I'm waiting to hear from up there, but okay. Town of Matisse Recycling Center, we've
They
done,
went 5.
how much? 500?
500.
Wyoming Carcass Management and that program is 0
We're still
still.
requested.
He hasn't, yeah, he talked about it, but we haven't heard him. Yellowstone Behavioral Health. Oof.
Question, how's everybody feel about that? I mean, we raised them here with, yeah, a couple of years ago, we raised them up to 70,000 because they were.
No, that's what
we
they
gave 50, I
requested.
think.
They requested
They
70.
requested 70. We've
Yeah,
never
but
done more than,
Well, we gave them a little bit extra because they were really
50.
helping us out on the Title 25.
50 was the most in 2019 and 2019, 20, we gave them 50.
And their funding from the Department of Health has been cut, from what I understand.
Which just floors me. They have billions of dollars in the Department of Health. I don't understand that.
they've asked for 50. Do you want to stay there?
I'd give them 50.
Scott,
Yeah.
Lloyd,
45?
I'll start that one.
I'm okay if that's what everyone wants.
Youth Clubs
At
of
this
Park,
time, I'm
Youth
gonna-
Clubs of Park County. We've approved 9. They've asked for 25. They always come in high.
I'd go 10.
Wanna
Unless you want to go more.
go 10? 10?
What's our total running total right now?
I don't know.
Steve has it.
Huh?
No, it's 259.
259.
So
10.
10? You okay, Joe, with 10?
Yeah.
about 21,000 from last year.
Okay, and we had 2 that we starred. One was Council on Aging, so we did 55 there, so we're doing 55 in Powell, so those 2 wash out. Okay, remove that star. We did
Steve, what's our grand total there?
Manor House, 10.
259, 500. Thank you.
There's, oh, the bottom one was 0 too, okay. Commissioner Livingston, okay with the numbers? Could you hear it all?
I could hear pretty much all of it, and I'm good with it.
Okay, thank you. We missing anything?
So just the sheriff's office had the issue of adding one dispatch. We never said yes or no.
I also have I have 2 things, 2 personnel things, if we'll take a look at those. But those we can do separately away from the budget for. They'll be included. Are we okay with the budget at this time then for everything that we've done? This was the last page we needed to do before Steve and Barb go do their magic.
At this time, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm okay.
Okay.
with it.
Then there were 2 things that have come up as far as personnel go, real quick. One is the sheriff asking for an additional dispatch officer for the next year. The law enforcement agreement is about that close to being signed. The 2 attorneys are finishing it up right now. And the city looks like they'll be covering their part of dispatch, so hopefully that'll be okay. Are you okay with the sheriff adding another dispatcher if so needed.
You can find one.
If you can find one.
Come again?
Are you okay with the sheriff adding another dispatcher if so needed?
Yeah.
If need, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, needed to me is you gotta have it, right?
Okay, I would need a motion to that effect because it's adding a position in there. He does not have an open dispatch position, right? So this is above and beyond personnel. So I do need a motion to increase the number of dispatchers.
Second.
Moved and seconded to increase the number of dispatchers by 1 for the Park County Sheriff's Office.
Can I have a short discussion?
Any further discussion? Okay.
Reason. Why? I mean, are we paying someone overtime to fill this need? I mean, we have a dispatcher 24/7, so. I mean, are we adding one to lower the overtime hours or
Did he say?
There's not any more hours in a day.
In fact, I thought he said.
One part of that job and someone else.
That's what I
took
thought
it
he
on.
said yesterday. There was a part of the position that got moved to another position to help that out, and so
Oh,
felt
patrol.
like.
patrol. He went out on patrol part-time.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
that's right.
that's right, patrol, okay.
Yeah.
So it's due to a lateral move or something similar.
Yeah, and
Well, but that would
They used to
leave,
kind of use the dispatch to do a little bit of search and rescue work. And so in between all that, they kind of lost an employee out of,
yeah, but that would leave an open slot.
should have,
That-
yeah.
All right, let me just call him. That doesn't make any sense. Okay.
Sorry to muddy it up. I just-
Hey, Scott, it's Stassi. Question for you on an explanation for the request for an additional dispatcher. This is above and beyond your normal dispatchers that you've had the approval to have and fill positions. So what is the change? Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Yep. Okay. Right. Okay. Yours. Okay, because it's, yeah, because it doesn't exist in the sheet right now, but you're saying to bring that position back. Okay.
Yeah, it's almost like
Okay.
we should have done it. We
Right.
should have kicked in.
Okay. Okay.
No,
All right.
not exactly.
Okay, we'll look at that then. Thank you. All right. Bye. Okay, his explanation was it did exist a while ago, but as the discussion yesterday, he had a PIO and search and rescue coordinator position that he ended up moving to, and then that guy, when Lance Mathis retired, he put Bill in there. He's moved Bill out into patrol, and the position just went away. It wasn't even on the list anymore. So he's asking to bring that back, and there's 2 reasons. Number 1, their dispatch calls are going up. And number 2, VIN inspections. Instead of bringing officers back in now that are out on patrol somewhere, he's having the dispatchers cover the VIN inspection. So he needs a little more coverage during the day on what he's got going on.
Okay.
So what's the pleasure there?
We gotta
we
move.
got a motion to
Okay,
increase
that's
dispatcher
right.
by 1. Joe made the motion, Beal seconded.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The other one was just a name, title name change, and it has to do with our youth services. As you all know, we lost one of our 2 youth services employees. That happened to be the youth services coordinator, and we need to change that title to our existing youth services person, Logan, to make that position the youth services coordinator is what they would like to do. We're going to do a job description and an ad to fill Joe's position. And then we don't know what's going to happen later this fall with the election with Logan's position. So we'll just have to wait and see. But they'd like that one to be listed as the coordinator.
So Logan will be the youth services coordinator.
It does not change grade step or any of that. It's just a title situation to keep the department in working condition.
You need action on that?
Yeah, because it's a change of title, I would assume.
Go, Joe.
Go ahead, Roy.
I move to approve the title change for youth service coordinator.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
thank you. Okay.
Vote from above.
Yeah, the vote from above. We had one other thing that, this isn't action, so just to make sure. I think you all saw the emails that related back to the request to discuss air ambulance countywide. And our insurance carrier says we're basically covered, the way that's set up at this point, if I understood his information correctly.
I believe that is correct.
Okay. The other one that we've had to ask to visit with us if we're interested in visiting with them is a company called WAN Rack, which is a broadband provider that you all should have received an email from. And I don't know if you're interested in hearing from them or not. Of course, that's something that is a commercial paid company. Whether the county's going to move forward to do anything in that end or not, I have no idea for broadband.
We've had one of those before. Exciting presentation.
Anybody interested in hearing from them? Yes, ma'am.
Well, not on that topic. I have
Okay.
another topic.
I'm not getting anybody jumping up and down about hearing from them at this point. So, okay. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chairwoman, we need to make a decision on Healthy Is, whether we're gonna keep the contract, sign the contract. I totally spaced that out until you said Wayne Rack at that hearing, so. And then I guess also whether we want to bring back a health incentive pay for our employees going into the new fiscal year.
Okay, question for you. Both of those come out of the health insurance pool, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that is not something that affects the budget
No.
as we've presented it?
No.
Okay, when is the healthiest contract? Is it already up and we're working on it?
Yes, my told them we would let them know after budget, that we would decide at budget time.
Can budget time be July 5th? Or do you need it today?
I don't know, because Mr. Steve has left, Healthy Is.
Okay.
So let me find my email.
Did we ever receive a bottom line number for renewal from them? I don't think we did.
Let her look at the emails. I'm not.
I believe it was. Remember if I'm wrong, what was it, not $1,600 a month?
I don't remember.
Your email to Steve was forwarded to me for follow-up since he is no longer with HIW. Is there a time next week we can connect so that I can answer any questions you may have as we work together to bring HIW services to Park County? Invoice for 1200, but I believe our new contract 1650.
And Madam Chair, do you have any idea how many people that actually use the service?
Well, it's been low because of
no health incentive.
Right. I mean, that does play a big part of it. We have no health incentive, so people don't necessarily want to take the time out of their day or whatever. Okay, so when we began the program, it looks like in 2020, we had between 62 and 72 people that, employees that did it. In 11 of 2020, we dropped to 44, roughly between 44 and 38. And in 2021, when we took the health incentive away, we dropped to 23 with a high of 27. So back in the day when we began the program, we had on average between 62 and 72 employees that participated with the health incentive being initiated with it.
And I personally, I think everybody knows how I feel. If we could do both, I'd like to do both, but I don't think we can do both. And I know Commissioner Livingston doesn't want to do any of it. And so I would hesitate.
Correct.
I'm helping you here, Lee. I would hesitate to make a decision today if he didn't hear for actual in-office discussion. But I would say let's not renew the contract with Healthy Youth. But after we pass the budget, I sure would like to take a look at the health incentive again.
Maybe he's changed his mind since he's been sent.
I doubt it.
I think you just said correct.
Did you change your mind, Commissioner Livingston?
No.
So, Madam Chair, if I can weigh in on this as well, is the fact, I haven't changed my mind either. And even in its best, you had 30% participation, about
30%.
30%.
You have to.
We employ around 200 employees and we only have at best 60 to 70 people
Right,
participating.
but you have to remember law enforcement was not involved in that.
Right.
So you need to take out between 60 and 70 employees off of the 200.
Okay, so you still
we
have,
had about 60% participation
Right.
amongst the other.
which isn't really surprising on a new program, but I would say the second number was probably a little more on average of actual people willing to participate. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I don't think it's worth doing it for the few.
Okay, let me ask you this. If we were to not do Healthy Is, and we were to put back in a health incentive, has the Health Insurance Committee had any discussion on what that health incentive would be made up of, other than just blood work and a health checkup?
We would probably pick up, my guess is we would discuss, what we've encouraged in the past, people get involved in their deferred comp. People take, mental health classes or, update things like that. We've always had a list that's been worth like $100 to $150. Flu shots, eye exams. We now have dental insurance, so we're finding a lot more people are involved with the dental program now since that's been offered. So I think we would still probably stay with some of that. Healthy Is did take up $200 of that health incentive. And that was when we paid $500 per employees per spouse.
For the health incentive?
Yes.
Okay.
And I believe Health and Wellness meets this Thursday at 2:00.
Madam Chair, I'll make the motion. We do not renew the contract with Healthy Youth.
Second. I was listening.
Been moved and seconded to not renew the contract with Healthy Is. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And Madam Chair, I would request that after we pass the budget sometime in July, that we readdress health and reinstating some type of health incentive.
I'll second that.
Okay, so the healthy is passed, so that's being canceled. And you said health incentive after the budget approval?
To revisit it,
Yeah.
Right, okay,
not approve it.
And it
just to
was-
No,
revisit
not
it.
approve it, 'cause I don't know
Motion.
what the hell we're.
right,
they're-
right.
the
They need to
committee's
give us a
recommendation.
plan first.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, so health incentive to be revisited, motion by Joe, second by Scott, after budget approval. Okay. All those in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Nay.
See?
All those opposed?
Opposed?
Thank you. Motion passes.
See, I should have rammed it through while you were sick.
We heard flushing noise.
Okay.
All we're gonna do is look,
Yeah, that's all.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna look at it, but that gives the insurance company,
or something else. I mean, any,
We don't
yeah,
know.
it could be anything.
Colleen, if you wanna, I of course won't be here, but if you wanna talk to them about what to look at and what your thoughts would be on how you put something together, then next month we'll get that back on the agenda and take a look at it. Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I got one more thing. At what point in time are we gonna revisit this proposal from Scott Stewart on his salaries?
Thought we put it in. We can do that either way. Do you want to do that as a separate motion or through the budget approval with the requested changes? It's up to you.
And it's totally open for discussion. And, you know, I just think it's something we need to address. We got a fairly good, we think we got a fairly good handle on the budget. He said that minimum of 2.5 and a maximum of 3, right?
Right.
As far as the carryover is concerned. Yesterday, we were looking at what, 2.6
2.6.
deficit? So,
Okay. These changes that, just a second, these changes that he's proposed, I think I told you yesterday that we've been working on it for about 1.5 years to figure out how to bring the sheriff's office in line with the needs of the sheriff's office as far as keeping officers and the whole department basically. So that was his proposal that they came up with a couple weeks ago.
well, you know what's happened, excuse me,
Go ahead.
you know, what's happened is over a period of years, we have an opening, we hire people. We send them down to Douglas to the academy, get them trained at our expense. And all they're doing is working for the sheriff is just biding their time until they get another job, till they get an opening in Powell PD or Cody PD.
And they both pay
And
a
we're
lot more than we
losing
do.
6-7 months, poof, they're gone.
They pay a lot more than we do.
At this point in time, this is not in the current numbers, correct?
Yep.
And nor is library and museum, as stated earlier.
Wait a minute. On the sheriff's thing, did we not put in what we were looking at for all departments, or did you put nothing
That's
in?
it. But his additional,
Okay,
The-
so it's just the
the-
difference.
The original, just the difference. is,
Okay, that's what I wanted to be clear.
Right.
That most of it is in there. It's just the difference.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I would like to look at the final numbers. It would be easy to add later. And I'm more than happy to do it as long as there's money available.
Well, then you would, well, from a procedural point of view, then we would have to put it in the night we have our budget here. Or we could do it the next morning before we approve the budget.
That's kind of skews the numbers in between that 24-hour period
Well, the other thing you could do would be to go ahead and put it in now
and pull it if we.
and pull it.
Okay.
I guess I would rather see it done that way, so we have actual numbers to
All
look
right.
forward
Okay.
to.
I'll adjust it won't be in the detail in the wages
Right.
sheet, but I'll just adjust that number into
So-
the
Number,
salary.
right, plug it in there.
Okay, so can I ask this then?
No.
Thanks for answering, Joe.
Then we can pull anything out we really want, right? Including,
Well, and that's why we have a public hearing that night, because the public may come to you and say, we don't want to do this. And I mean, there's always that possibility. That hasn't happened in my 7 times doing this now, but there's always a time for a first, and then we proceed to the next morning and make the decisions and.
so I guess in my opinion, then I would say throw everything in there that we've approved up till now, including all pay raises
and see where the chips fall and when, if there's, I can tell you right now, I'm not pulling out of reserve. So something's gonna have to be cut if it's that close. I mean,
Madam Chair.
and I'm also gonna go one step farther and I'm not in favor of a huge chunk coming out of,
County road fund. It's not, you presume not a huge chunk coming out of the county road fund.
Right.
Yeah, and I totally agree.
how big that chunk is. I haven't really made my mind up, but I mean, we have that for a reason to match grants for everything.
We can have
And yeah,
these-
we're setting good right now, but who knows what next year will do.
We can have these discussions when we get final
Okay,
numbers.
all right.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I would move that we go ahead and adopt the proposal that was presented by Scott Stewart for the sheriff and dispatch. Salary.
Have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Just a point, Joe was talking about training these people and them heading off to Douglas and then coming back and working maybe a year or two.
Mhm.
I think those are at-risk employees, not the ones that have been there for 10, 15, 20 years that are also getting bumped up. So I think he needs to look at those second, third, fourth year employees and try to retain them instead of the sergeants he already has that are making 56 grand. Just a thought.
Oh, I would agree with that.
I think they've tried to align everybody to not run into each other as they bring the new ones in too. And there was some of that happening. That they were bringing in new ones at almost where the others were sitting, so they saw no chance of advancement. And that even had them lose some of the older ones because they saw they weren't gonna go anywhere. Those are just conversations that we had during some of the employee meetings that we've had over the year with the elected officials and department heads.
So what sheet did he share with you guys?
Steve's got it. You've seen it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor for discussion. The motion is to approve. Yes, sir.
Just one point I wanted to bring up was those last
Use the
three.
mic for Lee, please.
Just wanted to bring up those last three that aren't really law enforcement officers.
Yeah.
But the only thing that I saw that was a little, one was not enough, I think, and one was a little too much.
I understand. I just don't know that we override a department heads or elected officials' thought processes on who and how long and what. I mean, you know, I've had this discussion and I just don't know. I don't want to single out those employees as to whether we agree with the value they're the same that he does with his department. But it is noticeable. That is a discussion that we can have if we get into the budget situation and discussion. There are some things that could be modified in this plan. Modify it, not take it all the way out, but modify it. So that's a possibility, I guess, when we get to the final budget part. Is that workable?
Yep.
Okay. So we need to vote on the motion to approve it as it stands right now until we get to the end of our budget situation. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. So as of right now, until, and it's not going anywhere because it's part of next year's budget. So until the budget's approved, nothing changes. Okay.
Can I go home now?
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
Real quick, everybody should have just received an email from Micah. Look over the Bighorn Basin Progressional Tour Master Plan. It is a draft. There are some fill in the blanks that would still need to be done by various folks with us as well as other counties. So, but just look at it. If you have any major harbor, let me know.
Oh, good. Madam Chair, I move we adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
You're not opposed? Come on.
Lee, you sounded like you were dead already. You look like you laughed gas.
I adjourned a long time ago.
Okay, I think we've signed everything.
Go home.
And if you need anything in the next week or so, call Scott. or Lee.
All right, Mr. Scott, are you ready for Clerk Renner to be on? No.
When are you going to the radio?